Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Belly button of the week. Hump day. Today is hump day. Hump day, hump day, hump day. Good morning, y'all. Happy Wednesday. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. Grab your popcorn, your coffee, or whatever the hell it is that you do to entertain yourself, to shut the hell up and pay attention to what's going on in our lives today. I see that there's already a troll sneaking in. There's already a troll that snuck in to our live this morning. Ross Nunez, or whatever the hell this guy's name is. Just unbelievable. I don't understand why people want to be like that, bro. I really don't understand. Unbelievable. All right, let me go ahead and open up this panel here so that I can see you guys' live interactions. We have a couple of people in here already. I know my man has already got the first block of the day. With every live stream, he says, Ros Lanunez, with every live stream, the arrogance and ignorance of this immigrant Honduran never fails to increase. Very interesting approach there, my friend. Very interesting approach. Now, listen, hey, God's will, man. Whatever God wants to do, He's going to do. And I am just here to, listen and acknowledge the things that we need to acknowledge. With that being said, for all the people that keep saying that President Trump has got this 34 felony count, what a felon he is. And I will say, he is my favorite felon. Now, President Trump has been acquitted of many things that the leptards have been throwing at him left and right. So today I'm going to go ahead and read these 34 felony charges and the outcome so that we can understand what the hell it is all about. The point is, today our president is free and he is doing a tremendous job. Is it perfect? No, but it's still tremendous. Listen, you might think that it's so easy to just run the country. I'm going to tell you something. Most of you guys can't even run your own fucking lives. So I would just, shut the hell up and just don't say anything. Unless you have facts, unless you have proof, use some common sense. We can have a conversation. We can have a great time. But if you're just going to throw out their hateful rhetoric against the president just because that's what you've been indoctrinated to do, we are just not going to get along. And that is all on you, not on me. Yesterday, I had a good time. I actually did. But, a couple of people, not so much. And I will get into that here in a moment. I have a video. Well, I got a clip that I got from the Hodge twins. It just happened to come through my feed. And, this is what's wrong with America today, and it seems like most of the people that suffer from this problem are the people on the left, including all the men with manginas. But we'll get to it. Just so you know, a little disclaimer, I had to remove the music sound. Don't want to get the copyright on. I don't know if it's copyrighted or not, but regardless, I didn't want to get that on, so I removed the music audio. Let's see. Wolverine in the house. Good to see you, Robert. Good to see you, my friend. On Candy is always giving compliments, and I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you guys, man. Green Substance, good to have you in here. Man, I will tell you this, guys. Yesterday, I had some sort of disconnect, right, on my live. It's not YouTube. I don't believe it was YouTube. I believe it was more my signal reception on the cell phone. But, man, you guys missed a long conversation. I had such a great message that I delivered. And, I don't use a script. So when I deliver a message, that's it. It's not coming back. I can't repeat it. It is all inspirational speeches. And that is for you to understand. If I understand something from it, fantastic. But I don't make speeches just to impress people. I tell you what my heart feels and what it has. Common sense is not so common in a lot of people. We heard this. This is starting to become a slogan. You know, unfortunately, when you guys disconnected, and I'm talking about all my patriots, only libtards were on the chat. I kid you not. There was one brave soul. Only Sticks. Only Sticks was in there, and maybe one more guy, but every single comment on there just trashing me left and right. And I'm just like, bro, these guys really have nothing of value to give to our lives. I'm gonna tell you, they almost succeeded. This close from ending the live because I felt like if nobody's gonna listen, right? But then we got a fantastic call from one of the friends that we have on here, and what a great time. You know, I love people that are intellectual. I know there's a lot of people out there like myself. You know, we have ADHD and they don't know how to control themselves when somebody's talking. I get it. I have that problem sometimes, you know, but most of the time I can control it. Believe me, when you see me looking down and stuff like that, I'm controlling my wanting to reply right away. I do feel bad. There was a veteran that called in yesterday. I know he has some PTSD from what he said. I was joking about it, but he said he does have PTSD. And the thing is, like everything that he's throwing at me, he has no substance. No pun intended there, green substance. But he has no substance, you know. Like if you're gonna cuss me out, okay, that's okay. You can do that. But answer my questions if I ask you a question. And if you can give me a good answer, then fantastic. I'll give you more time. You know, I give people way too much time when they call in on the phone. And I always say that I'm going to regulate it better, but I always change my mind and give them a break. But I need to get better with that, okay? So just if you guys can remind me on the chat, I know sometimes you guys do. Just remind me in the chat, hey, Dennis, it's past 5 minutes, blah, blah, blah. All right, man, that's all we got for you today. Thank you for calling, blah, 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 okay? We're going to try to do something like that. Now, I will let you know, I was going to remove every single moderator from the chat. When I do that, it's not because I don't appreciate you, I don't need you, I don't love you. That's not why I do that. There's reasons for me to do that, so don't be offended. Don't be butthurt. I hope you guys are stronger than that if I remove your mod power, okay? Because in reality, you guys are the channel, okay? I run it. I'm the host. I'm Dennis Herrera. But you guys are the channel. You understand? As I said before, I don't kiss ass. I just say it like it is. All right, with that being said, we stopped at Magic Man. Good to see you on here. Let's see. Green Substance says, if a newly uploaded video registers near zero algorithm impressions from the home or suggests that after 24 40 hours the content has likely been suppressed. Absolutely. So one of the things, just so you know, I don't know if I'm going to do it because I really, you know, it feels like it doesn't do much. So what I'm going to do is this. They have changed a rule in YouTube that they're supposedly, we'll see if it works, supposedly they have given all formats the same sort of algorithm. So I will be able to go ahead and come in with the wide screen or whatever. I think I asked you guys before, and you guys said that it looks better on this format because of your mobile devices and stuff like that. But if you're watching it on a TV monitor or on a laptop or whatever, you get the small picture. You know what I'm saying? I mean, still kind of big enough, I guess, but you don't get the full frame. And the one thing about the full frame is that I can put myself, as a little tiny picture, in the corner, and then the whole screen, right, like this, for example. Let me put myself here on this little tiny, like this, for example. I can make something small like this, and then you guys can have a wider picture of what the videos are that are being shown. But, it doesn't seem to be working out that way right now. So that's the only reason why I would like to do that. different format to give you guys more of what I'm showing you and less of a little bit of me. You know what I'm saying? Less of me. So, man, that looks pretty nice. I like that. I like that. I'm watching the monitor that I take care of for my lives. All right, let's go. You see how I am? I'm pretty open, man. I don't hide anything from people. Everybody knows this is a green screen. Well, it's a wall. It's a green wall. I painted the wall green, and then I do have some green screen on the side. This is what we call invisible paint. I love doing that because I can put whatever I want on top of it, but it doesn't always look, as good. I think this looks okay, but, to each his own. Ender, good morning. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Sandra, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you on here as well. Who else do we have in here? Let's see. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm skipping some comments in here. Brian in the house. What's up? Good to have you in here, man. User says, good morning, Dennis. Go ahead and block. This guy, he's had enough. Yeah, we don't need to block everybody. I like to give people a chance, man, but they just don't want to take it, brother. They just don't want to take it. God bless illegal immigrants. I welcome them all. They make America better. They do. Not the illegal ones, though. Not the illegal ones. They got to do it the right way. What's interesting to me is that people don't realize that, you can have that really nice hard worker, and he's just so nice, and you don't know that he is a murderer that needs to pay for his crimes. You don't know. You don't know. You don't go and run criminal backgrounds on people. I've seen people 70 years old. Oh, my God, they're taking away old grandpa. Yeah, that old grandpa has been molesting his granddaughter. You don't know anything. So I will say, nobody's perfect. We're going to have to deal with some stuff here that we have. That doesn't mean that we are going to allow illegal immigrants to come in here and do the same shit, which makes it worse. So we can't deport all the pervert Americans that we have, but we can't deport all of those illegal immigrants that are here. All right? And that is how it works. Keo says, Dennis, bring prices down. Oh, yes, I can. Oh, I can, and I will. I guarantee it, just like I look good in this suit. Yeah, it can happen. It can happen. It can happen. What I find interesting is, you got leaders like Mondami in New York who are spending over $70-something million to destroy local businesses around him, like the bodegas that he was talking so much shit about that he was going to help. Now he's putting those bodegas out of business. I find it interesting that instead of putting those $70 million to get free food or discounted food at the bodegas, he is deciding to take out the competition and own it himself. By the way, no, that's not communism. Not communism at all. Affordable housing is building housing for people. Oh, 96 apartments. Yeah, that's going to really fucking take care of all of New York. Anywho, 96 apartments, blah, blah, blah. Whatever these complexes are, very affordable rent. This is going to be targeted more towards the people who are homeless. Good luck with that. Imagine living next to a bunch of drug addicts and homeless people that don't know how to be responsible for themselves. I'm not saying don't help them, but good luck to see what kind of people live in that neighborhood. And they are taking properties away from landlords, from you, a person who has been sacrificing your life to buy this property and build a business, which obviously the government has made it hard for you to take care of the property. People don't pay rent. The government doesn't help you become a successful landlord, but they're going to take that building away from you and they will use it themselves. And guess how they're going to pay for repairs? Taxpayer money. Woo! Very smart. He's not stupid. He's not stupid. He's just evil. But some of us, what the hell is on my eye? Some libtard is probably lying about me right now. Oh, man, that's going to bug me. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue down here. Man, I can't wait to prove these people wrong. Listen, if they don't put me in office, well, I guess they'll never know. But if they put me in office, whoo! Let me tell you, just thinking about that, I want to say, who was it? Unc Andy, you're in Florida. Congratulations, sir. Byron Donalds is moving forth. Oh, yeah, and he is going to win. I guarantee you that. He is going to win. Right now, what the libtards are doing is they're trying to muscle in all of these, what do you call, not the illegals, all of these Muslims who are pressured into submission. Oh, yeah. Yep. They're going to grab all of these people, and unfortunately, all of the ignorant black people that think that the Democratic Party looks after them. You ain't black if you don't vote for Democrats, is what they say. Best slogan to grab all the idiots by their balls and their rigs. I will say this to the black people that think that the Democrats have their backs. They're just using you. Prove them that you are not their bitch. That simple. Let's see. Good morning, Don Mitch. Good to see you. Car vibes are only in the afternoons, sometimes nighttime. It depends when the inspiration strikes. Let's see, who else do we have in here? He said, trash this guy. We need more Mexicans. Listen, if we had more Mexicans, we'll be as shitty as the Mexican government right now. Shut the hell up. We need more Americans is what we need. You know, there was a veteran that called in a couple of days ago. He really touched me. Not like that, you perverts. He touched my heart. Because he's half Mexican, according to his parents. And what I told him, because he mentioned that Texas was part of Mexico before and this and that, and I told him, listen, the people inside the territory have not changed. What has changed is our oath, our commitment, and the jurisdiction that we are now under, which is the United States of America. That's it. The people are still the same people. Everybody that was on this side of the border when they signed those papers, they had their chance to make an oath to be loyal to the American United States of America and to denounce the Mexican government. Those who did became Americans. Those who didn't, well, they got deported back to Mexico to where their loyalty lies. And today, I remind you, if your loyalty remains with Mexico, well, you got to go back to Mexico. If your loyalty lies with Honduras, well, you better go back to Honduras. As for this Honduran right here, my loyalty lies with the United States of America. And that, my friends, is why I'm here. Don't hate. Don't hate. Don't be jealous. Don't be envious. But yes, that veteran, black man, old black man, veteran, touched my heart. And he was so happy to hear that we are all Americans. He's tired. He's tired of seeing people fight for color. All these dumbass fucking Mexicans and Latinos that go out there and say, oh, I'm brown. Shut up. Shut up. Stop looking at color. Fucking racist people never understand that. Unbelievable. All right, let's go ahead. Go move it down here to Sergeant Shearer. Antifa were alongside a few Nazi supporters. Well, the whole Democratic Party was supporting a Nazi running for senator. That should tell you everything you need to know about the Democratic Party. Sure, call it corporation, whatever the hell you want to call it. All I know is that I have 250 years of proof that everything that the United States of America stands for and being under God has proven to the world that we are the greatest nation in the world because of the system that we have in place. Why somebody want to change it? One, they're stupid. Two, they're jealous. They're envious of how great we've become. I find it interesting that all these people that are socialist Democrats, all these leaders that you see in office, they all happen to come from rich families. Most of them come from rich families, well off. I find that very interesting. People say that Mondami is not a Marxist. Yeah, he is. They say he's not a communist. Yeah, he is. Yeah, Marxism and communism come right in hand with each other. That's how that works. That's how that works. Let's see. What else we got in here? Oh, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and start off with reading the 34 felony counts against President Trump. I think it's important that we know why we support this felon. President Trump, my favorite felon in office. Here we go. Let's go ahead and read about it. Here we go. Oh, man, I probably need my glasses, to be honest. I should have looked this up on the computer. All right, here we go. Donald Trump is not in jail because his sentencing judge ruled that the incarceration would conflict with his duties as President of the United States of America, and I appreciate that. Now, this is just Google AI. You can look for different information, different search engines or whatever. Listen, I actually watched the trials. I actually think it's bullshit that a lawyer does a sketchy deal and then the actual person, the client, gets in trouble for it. I think it's bullshit. 100% on the lawyer. This is why they make the big bucks. But anywho, a prostitute, a porn star who actually has no credibility. Anyway, you know what? Whatever. Forget about it. Let's just read what this is. Anyway, if I was a juror, I would have said not guilty. Here we go. The legal and the constitutional reasons keep him out of prison includes the following. On January 10, 2025, New York Judge Juan Merchan sentenced Trump to an unconditional discharge. Under New York law, this means, like so, the 34 felony convictions remained on his criminal record. The court imposes no prison time, no probation, and no financial penalties. The case is legally resolved without active punishment. So while it still stays on his record, it's been resolved. Now here's the conflict. Judge Merchan ruled that sentencing a sitting U.S. president to prison or probation will create an unprecedented constitutional crisis. We are a constitutional republic after all. Punishing Donald Trump would directly interfere with his ability to run the executive branch of the federal government. The 34 counts of falsifying business records are Class E felonies, which are the lowest level of felonies in New York State. For first-time nonviolent offenders, judges rarely impose prison time, making a non-custodial sentence the standard practice for this type of offense. Trump's legal team is actively appealing the conviction to have it wiped from his record entirely. They argue that the case should be dismissed based on the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling on presidential immunity. If you want to look closer at the legal mechanics, you can go ahead and research that yourself. Would you like to know more about an unconditional discharge in New York? I hope that clarifies things. I don't understand why people continue to kick a dead horse. You know what I'm saying? Why? I hope that makes sense. Please, do some research before you come in with some 34 felony. Guys, come on. Get over it. You lost. We won. shut the hell up and get out the way. Let us do what we have to do. All right, here we go. I got to say, need just a little bit more lighting, but I think we're a lot better than yesterday and for the last few months. All right, let me go ahead and start off. Timothy Travis says that we're not a constitutional republic. This is how I know this son bitch is not American. Oh, we are a constitutional republic, my friend. Bro, I don't know where the hell this guy was born, but he sure as hell not American. Yeah, there was no democracy. This guy, bruh. Yeah. See, this is why they vote for Democrats, because Democrat sounds like democracy. That's it. It's just a farce. Democracy. That's why they vote for them. That's why they're so fooled. Easily fooled. There was no Democratic Party. There was no Democracy Party. It was a Republican Democratic Party. It was both together, and then they split. But hey, you make your choice, we make our choice. We don't have to agree on anything. It is what it is. Timmy! Hey, Timmy! Bill Leslie in the house. I love this guy. He's hella funny. Let's see. Tim, learn some history or shut the fuck up. Man, it's such a lovely morning when I have a lot of patriots on my channel. I'm going to tell you guys, man, I missed you guys last night. I was getting tore up left and right. Every single libtard was on my chat just hating, making fun of. I mean, I felt like Jesus on trial. It was crazy. It was crazy. You know what I mean, Lord? Jesus Christ has a very good sense of humor. I will tell you that. Oh, man. Where is Jesus from? What does that got to do with anything, Dave? It doesn't matter what I tell you. You know what I believe. You know that I know. Why would you ask that? Anyways, we're going to go ahead. I love you too, Bill. Appreciate you, man. Big hug to all of my patriots who are listening. I wish that I can give that hug in person. Maybe one day we'll have something special lined up, and then anybody can come in and be part of that. All right, with that being said, the first video that I want to show you, as I said earlier, you know, I made a modification on it. I removed the music sound, so the audio may not sound that good. But I want you to look at this. Now, first of all, I'm gonna tell you something, man. First of all, I want you to look at this guy. Tell me that this is the kind of man that you want dating your daughter. Look at this evil motherfucker. Now, hey Jeff, how are you? Good to see you, my friend. Oh man, I'm telling you, Sergeant Searer, last night was yeah. And then my man left, and man, it was hard, man. It was hard. I mean, I had this guy call in to tell me he doesn't know how I do it. And I said, well, you know, I got no choice. I got to put up with it. But listen, look at this guy. First of all, the son bitch is ugly as fuck. He just is. Now, I'm going to tell you why. So what? He doesn't have the looks of a handsome man. That's not why he's ugly. It's because he is ugly on the inside. Disrespectful. And this is what I'm talking about. The police works for the community, for the people. They don't work for an individual. If you're misbehaving, if you disrespect authority, oh my gosh, bro. I mean, we can go in so many different ways with this. But I will let you guys listen to this clip from the Hodge twins. Here we go. Oh, sorry. I thought it was a YouTube. This is my video.
This is the moment she knew she should have listened to her daddy about dating this guy. Go inside. I live here.
She's bleeding.
What are you talking about?
We're gonna separate right now.
Man, I fell on my face.
Move! Stop pushing me. What you talking about? You walking up on me.
You're not pushing him.
He's pushing me.
I don't give a.
All right then. He not supposed to be pushing me. What you talking
You wanna go
about?
to jail?
I'm not tripping about jail.
Ah, calm down.
I don't know why cops try to scare black people by saying, I'm going to take you to jail. Our prisons are filled with black people. They don't care. It will work greater than a white person.
They make them leave, bro.
I want you to leave.
No, bro. I'm gonna have my sister come pick me up. You thought
He's
that?
not on the lease.
Sis,
I want him to go to jail.
sis. She don't want me to go to jail, but she called the cops.
With me, ma'am.
I want you to know just right off the bat. The guy has no respect for the girl. I get it. He black. They don't give a shit about white people. I get it. I get it. And when I say they, I mean thugs like this little pussy ass right here. But look at the freaking white girl. I would have slapped the shit out of her if that's my daughter. I wouldn't have raised my daughter to be that fucking stupid. The guy abuses her and she's there defending him. The guy is fucking evil, disrespectful, has no manners, calls her bro. No wonder these pieces of shit don't know what a woman is. I guarantee you he votes Democrat.
I need my phone.
I'm talking to my sister, bro. I need a ride. You know
Okay. Hey, well, dude ain't got no shirt, car, or phone. He's not even on the lease. Typical nigga.
So what happened today, for real?
We've been arguing really bad the past few days.
Okay. About?
He keeps on cheating on me. We just been arguing.
This dude is fitting all kinds of stereotypes.
Okay, what happened to your neck today?
what actually happened, bro?
What actually happened?
So he keeps on cheating on her and they argue all the time. He threw a vape at her and busted her nose.
Thinking you was in the hallway.
Just had me that busted my nose.
He threw something on him. Okay.
You talking about?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Turn around here and press the domestic battery.
Are you dead?
No, turn around. It doesn't matter.
Are you?
You're gonna press
She
charge.
said she not pressing
Turn around.
charges,
Man.
and it wasn't domestic battery. What's wrong with you?
Wanna get paid?
All right.
Deploy. Got one thing. Deploy.
All right.
All right.
Welcome.
And then they say that the black people are going to jail because of their color of their skin. Listen, we have criminals of all shades, white, light skin, dark skin, medium skin. You go to jail because you're a fucking criminal. Tell me that you as a juror will look at this behavior and say, you know what, this guy is okay. He just needs another chance. If you believe that, well, I got a bridge to sell you. Yeah, look at Tangy. Tangy knows. He's dusty. Here, Dusty. It's okay. You can say it. I'll tell you what he is.
You's a lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass nigga.
That's what he is. A lame ass fool. A lame ass ignorant fool. That's what he is. I'm going to tell you something. If you think that I'm going to be politically correct, you got me fucked up. Because I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of using that fucking technique to get away with their fucking crimes. And we're not going to play that game. Not today, Satan. Not today. Yep, you got it, brother. You got it. All right. That was just the warm-up clip. For today, we're going to go ahead and look into some of the other news that are going out there. Why don't we go ahead and start with, let's start with some beautiful, juicy Democrat on Democrat. Here we go, guys. Democrats continue to win. They are doing fantastic. Check this out. Jolly in Florida won her primary against the loser Foster and Joseph. Oh, man, the Democratic Party is cooked, bro. Democratic Party is cooked. Cooked. Here's some more President Trump, what do you call that? President Trump echo. No, Daddy Trump's echoing right here. Tanya, good morning, good morning. Good morning, sis. Tanji, I used your example, but I didn't say good morning. Good morning, sis. Good morning. Good to have you in here. Hope you guys are doing fantastic today. All right, let's go ahead and start off with, you know the channel. What do you call that channel? I don't know. What's the news that we watch? Fox.
Fox News alert, Hakeem's got a big hooker problem on his home turf. And we have the shots. Senior national correspondent Kevin Cork is here. What do you have, Kevin?
Good to be with you, Jesse. You know, if it's another thug off the streets, that's not a real big deal, right? Arrests happen all the time. But when it's one of New York's most notorious pimps who was operating in the district of the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, well, that'll certainly get your attention. We're talking, of course, about 45-year-old Omari Prince Scott, finally caged at the end of July and sentenced to 50 years on charges of
Pimps, you say, eh?
human trafficking and ordering the murder of a rival. But for many, one of the most compelling aspects of his trial was the window it opened into the seedy environs of the so-called Penn Track in East New York, Brooklyn, also known as the Blade, which, as mentioned, is in the district of Hakeem Jeffries. Now, sadly, according to the New York Post, despite Scott's conviction, it's still business as usual in this area, with dozens of women on the street selling sex for as little as $85 at a time. And the conditions are apparently worse than ever, according to local sex workers who spoke with the Post. In fact, one victim testified in the trial they never keep any of the money they make. It all goes back to the pimp, who, of course, then beats them and determines how the money is spent, you know, on hotels, meals, clothing.
I guess you meant the younger version of that pimp from the first clip that I showed you. Yeah, that makes sense. That proves my point, doesn't it?
Hair products and gold chains, who knows? And perhaps worst of all, the abuse was so intense that testified that she couldn't even sleep until she made a certain amount of money, even if it was raining or snowing or meant working all night. And it's not just in Hakeem Jeffries' district. This has also been a problem in the district of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a red light district. Now, these pics are from last year.
Red light district. That says it all to me right there. Get the red light special.
But it is a persistent problem in their respective districts. Now, in response to the story in the Post, the NYPD touted the arrest of the neighborhood's top pimp, along with 90 human trafficking arrests over at the World Cup, and they continue to patrol the area tonight. But
even hoes are hurting in the hood.
It's a persistent problem that doesn't seem to be getting a lot of attention from either lawmaker, Jesse.
All right. Well, Mondani's office says he's going to clean it up, and we'll see what he does. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll see. You bet.
Why you looking for prostitutes, Dogfish? Sounds to me like you are also a whore. You be pimping prostitutes there, Dogfish? These guys, man, they just can't be original, can they? They just can't do it. Can't do it. And that is not how you're going to fucking frustrate me. Let's see. At least they're not playing with babies. That is true. That is true. Oh, Tony, that is just Fox propaganda trash. Yeah. Yeah. Fox with the propaganda trash. Yep, it's all propaganda. Yeah. No, that showed me. Yep, that proved to me. Yep. Man, what a wonderful argument you made right there. What a wonderful argument. Of course, the left. Why not? Let's go ahead and criminalize everybody that is not on your side, huh? But every criminal that you think is on your side, you defend to the death. Yeah, you fucking libtards. I'll tell you, I was going to apologize to you guys today, but you just reignited the fire, and there is no apology. Fuck you, libtards. Maybe another day. Maybe another day I will think about it more. You know, I really came in here, and I was just like, today I'm going to try not to curse. I already busted that out of the window. I was like, I'm not going to call anybody a libtard. Nope, that's already busted out the window. I said I'm going to try to behave a little bit better. This is my show. I can do whatever the hell I want. But, nope, it's gone. All the shit, all the niceness, all the political correctness that I was going to try to have, gone out the window. You sons of bitches have no respect, and I just don't care for you. It is that simple. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and grab, because the majority of Americans are actually good. We're going to grab the majority of Americans, and we're going to fight, and we're going to drag your ass to success. That's how we're going to do it. We have to drag your ass to success. You're just a dead weight. You have no common sense. You have no loyalty to this country. You don't care about the countrymen. You don't care about safety. You don't care about law and order. So we're just going to drag your lazy criminal ass with us. But we will succeed and continue to make this country great again. Because you, on the left, keep destroying it. It is that simple. It's not hard to understand. It is not hard to understand. I got to be myself. I got to be myself. Let me go ahead and see what let me see what's going on over here in California. Yes, Fox News, the propaganda bullshit. Here we go. Let's take a listen to this propaganda from Fox.
If you want to know where a leader's going to take you, know where they come from. I served in the state legislature and Congress as Attorney General and Secretary. I will bring to the table.
No, that's really specific. California Democrats are acting like the governor's race is already over, but Javier Becerra hasn't been elected. Politico's reporting that Sacramento is already preparing for his all but inevitable ascension. Gavin Newsom's team is drawing up.
You know what's sad about you losers? Is that listen the way you talk. Listen to the way you talk. Everything, it's about Trump. You don't care about what Americans want. You don't care about what I just said, law and order. You don't care about none of that. You don't really care about the Constitution. You don't care about the sovereignty of this country. All you can fucking say is Trump is about to go down. Are you fucking out of your mind? How retarded do you have to be that you don't see that that is your problem? This is why Trump makes fun of you. This is why he says Trump derangement syndrome. You cannot make a decision without hating this president. Every single day, I always tell you, you got to stop that. It's a disease. It's a mental problem. You got to be able to set that aside. If I say, fuck Trump, okay, forget about Trump. Forget about Trump. Who is really responsible for the local economy? Your governor, your mayor, your city councils, your state legislature. They got the money. They control the budget. Where is the problem? And all you always hear from you retards, Trump, the Irishman, Trump, shut the hell up. Learn something. Wake your ass up. All the illegal immigrants, I don't care. They're illegal, I don't give a fuck. But all the illegal immigrants that come into this channel, I get it. I know why they hate Trump. Because he's kicking their ass. I get it. And I support it. 100%. But if you are an American and all you can think is Trump, well, fuck you very much because you're messing up our lives with that hate. Do you understand that? I'm going to tell you, man, I hear experts, professionals, politicians, professors, imagine that, talking about Civil War II. The stupidity of the gullible and naive Americans is what's going to cause us to fight. And they will lose. And maybe we can call it a victory. But nobody really wins. Nobody really wins. Not when we fight each other. There's more to be said that I just can't openly say. But I will tell you, I will probably have a members only show one day. And I'm going to openly give you everything that I feel uncensored, nothing blocked. You think this is uncensored? This is nothing. And if you want to stop being my members, that's okay. But you're going to hear my real feelings about what's happening in this country. I don't need to worry about YouTube canceling the live stream for what I say. I don't have to worry about any community policies. This is a private meeting for members only. I hope I remember what I was about to say right now. But it does have to do with Muslims. Let me tell you that right now. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue. Go ahead, Laura. Sorry about that.
Transition papers, insiders speculating about Becerra's future staff, but one little detail seems to be getting lost in all of this. What does the man actually stand for? We already know about his abysmal record as HHS secretary, but we don't know much about how he'd actually supposedly help struggling Californians. So far, his big economic vision is free electricity in the middle of the afternoon.
It's what we're calling my power hour. We can say to Californians, maybe we start smaller, maybe with those who are lower income, and we say, I'm going to offer you 2 hours of free electricity.
Power hour? It sounds like a boutique exercise class. I mean, nothing solves affordability like free electricity when nobody's home to use it. It's a government control. Come on. He also wants to ban gas-powered cars and jail ICE agents. This is the same guy who wants the keys to the largest state economy in the country. So he cannot give us a real platform, and he can't handle the tough questions.
By the way, this is a profile piece. This is not a gotcha piece, right?
Well, look, I think these questions are fair. It's in order to learn about you as a candidate.
So long as it's about the profile.
I don't know how you define profile, but I'd like to begin the interview.
The way I describe profile is you talk about all the things that I've done, things I want to do, and along with some tough questions. But not only tough questions.
He wants to be bubble wrapped all the way to the governor's mansion. Here to weigh in is California gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton. Steve, it's good to see you tonight. Now, he says that his record speaks for itself. Well, that's not a ringing endorsement of his candidacy, if that's the case.
Yeah, well, it certainly does, and that's what we're going to be focusing on. And actually, as we have been focusing on that, the gap is closing. It started off with him 25 points ahead of me. The next poll, 18 points ahead of me. We're hearing about a poll that may be out later this week where it's under 10 points. So the more that people learn about Becerra, the more they realize that this is a guy who, I'm going to use a word now that's actually from a Democrat, not from me, an idiot. That's how Susan Rice described Becerra, an idiot. She was with him in the Biden White House, and his record is a disaster. When he was state attorney general and crime was exploding in California, what does he brag about from those years? Endless lawsuits against Trump. When you look at what he says in terms of policy, it's more of the same that's given us the highest cost of living in the country. But the worst thing, in HHS, when he was there, he was responsible for 479,000 unaccompanied minors who came across the border in the open border years, and thousands of them went into the hands of child sex traffickers, child labor traffickers, because Becerra dismantled the vetting that was supposed to make sure that these children were in a safe home. Even today, just the other week, HHS reported that 300,000 or so are still missing. 40 of them died. It is completely disqualifying what he did to those children.
Steve, I think it's complete arrogance that somebody would run for the chief executive position in the state with the biggest economy in all of the country and get indignant when he's asked a moderately difficult question. Like, oh, I thought this was a profile piece. Now, we're going to say how great your mask mandate was and how great your lockdowns were and how great you're extending the COVID restrictions were when they're totally not necessary. It's insane.
Well, exactly. Well, this is the arrogance of one-party rule in California. They truly believe that they're going to run the state forever, that there's no challenge to their authority. That's why they keep putting out ridiculous rules, regulations, tax increases. They just put up the gas tax. He's running around talking about the affordability crisis. They just made it worse. They raised the gas tax, already the highest in the country. We get the highest taxes in the country for the worst results. And this is why I think they've got a real shock coming. I'm on the road the whole time. We have hundreds of events, thousands of people, and they can't take it anymore. We're saying enough is enough. And I think this is the year, finally, that we kick out this failed regime.
It's an arrogant clinging to power with zero.
Now, I want to point something out to you guys. You see how the video is playing? And is telling the truth about the corruption of a Democratic opponent like Becerra, how he has been abusing and using the Hispanics and the illegal immigrants coming into this country. The truth is being unveiled for the American people to watch. And if you listen to everything, if you concentrate on the chat, I will recommend this. If you don't know the facts, if you are not one of those people that is well informed on what's going on in our country, I would recommend that you just close the chat. Don't listen to the chat. Listen to the actual content that we have on this podcast. Everything that they just brought to light, that should teach you something about how politicians, corrupted politicians, continue to lie to the people. And all they do is send their trolls out there to disrupt the truth from being shown in podcast channels like myself. That's how they work. I have visited many other podcast channels, not as long as I want to, but I go in there and the same snakes, the same vipers, the same demons are in there trolling, lying, condemning all the time, protecting criminals, protecting illegal immigration. They do this. See, they sell themselves out. They're either traitors to this wonderful nation we call the United States of America. They ignore all the history. They ignore all the sacrifices that has been made for this country to be the great United States of America. And when I see the greatest United States of America, I see Tanjo. I see Don Mitch. I see my man. I see Mr. Wolverine now, Robert. I see Brian. I see Steve. I see I see Tanya. I see Trinity. I see all of these great American citizens with all different shades of skin color. We're not racist. It is a phenomenal feeling. It is a feeling of freedom. You can be amongst black people and feel so comfortable. You can be amongst Hispanics and feel so comfortable. You can be around white people and you feel so comfortable. Everybody is equal. Everybody is the same because everybody has the same freedoms and the same rights. Nobody is oppressing anybody. People oppress themselves. I show you a video of this little white girl, ignorant white girl, with a thug. Ugly-ass black man. Evil, dark, disrespectful, no education. If he was educated and respectful, he would look so handsome. But no, they choose darkness. They choose evil. And the dumb people that like to be hurt. They like to be abused. The woman that likes to be cheated on. She's in pain. She is suffering. And because she's emotionally disturbed, confused, she can't seem herself to punish the evil that is being put upon her. You can't think like that. You can't be politically correct. You can't think on emotions only. If somebody's a criminal, there is only one way to correct it. Prison. If you don't scare people, if you don't tell them there's consequences for their actions, that there is punishment, that they will endure, and it's not pretty. You shouldn't be a criminal, go to jail, and feel like you just graduated high school. That should not be the feeling. You should not sit in a courtroom and make fun of your victims because you know that the dumb-ass people that are protecting you are going to get you off of jail. And they will use the victim card. They will use the race card. They will use every card to protect a criminal and to actually destroy the victims. It is unbelievable that in the day that we live today, with the technology, with the evolution, with the histories, with the experience, with the age that we have acquired, with all of these things that we have learned, that we still have a people who are fools, who are ignorant, who are not wise, who have not learned anything from experience. The fools do lean to the left. That's just the way it is. You don't have to hate me for it. It is the truth. Now let's go ahead and move a little bit more foreign-like. And let's take a look at these tensions in Iran. Something about Putin. Let's find out what that is. Someone call ICE and tell them, thank you so much for your service.
Welcome back. President Trump says there are no ongoing talks with Iran right now as tensions remain escalated across the region. Iran launching new attacks, reportedly firing 2 missiles at the UAE on Tuesday. Millions forced to take shelter as a result. President Trump reiterating the Strait of Hormuz is still open and the U.S. naval blockade is in effect. This after the Memorandum of Understanding expired this week. Joining me now, Heritage Foundation Vice President of National Security and former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump, Victoria Coates. Victoria, it's great to have you. I want to get your reaction to all this and where you think it leaves us, because right now it feels like we are just in a holding pattern.
Well, Jackie, good to see you. Now, I think what happened overnight with UAE is really quite significant. As you reported, the Iranians, very stupidly, in my opinion, lobbed 2 ballistic missiles at UAE. And UAE responded by cutting off Iran from any kind of economic commerce with the Emirates. And this is really significant because UAE accounts for about 30% of Iran's imports. And Iran's economy at this point, because of the maximum pressure campaign of President Trump's first term, their economy is really distorted. They can't produce what they need domestically, and so they're very heavily reliant on imports. So this action by UAE, combined by the effects of the blockade keeping other imports out of Iran, is really going to have a devastating effect.
Between the economy and needing those imports to come into the country and not being able to get oil out and other economic sanctions, you would think that this was a regime that was on the brink of collapse, Victoria. And I imagine that's part of the U.S. strategy right now. Why escalate if that would be something that is coming down the pike? But for whatever reason, the regime is able to hold on. And there are even more reports that Russia is supplying Iran with shipping drones and possibly even explosives. So they're replenishing weaponry and giving them the ability to snap back and bite back and attack and be on the offensive now.
Well, I think I'd push back a little bit on that because of what has happened to the economy. It's more of a systematic failure than what we've seen in the past. And so you're looking at years of sanctions and other sort of economic isolation for Iran. And so what the relief they got under the Biden administration when they stopped enforcing the sanctions, they didn't put that into growth. They didn't put it into anything that you could say you could eat. They put it into their nuclear program. They put it into their terrorist proxies. So what they're facing now is unprecedented. And a lot of their bills come due this fall. They pay their soldiers quarterly, if they pay them at all. And so as we get into the September-October timeframe, they may have bills they can't pay. And, that is going to cause internal pressures like we haven't seen before. So I do agree with the administration. I don't see a need to escalate militarily right now. I'd escalate economically.
Okay. And here at home, we're near records in terms of our U.S. production of oil. The president says the blockade is in effect, and it was Chris Wright who told us that ships are moving out of the strait and getting product out, and also using alternative avenues, which is a really good thing to be able to diversify away from the Strait of Hormuz to move oil around. So oil prices are climbing, I think, on speculation of escalated conflict and less on supply issues, which is important.
No, exactly. I mean, this isn't a supply crisis by any stretch of the imagination. And the domestic resilience of the United States, of our private sector, is really extraordinary to see. And because we are such a producer of natural gas, for example, throughout this whole conflict, our natural gas prices domestically haven't really budged, which has been a great buffer for us. Obviously, we'd all like to see gasoline prices come down, but they're not as extreme as was predicted. And we're seeing other workarounds being constructed. The Fujairah pipeline in UAE, for example, they're hard at work in that. That may come online next year. And then a little bit longer term, we have the new pipeline Chevron's working on through Iraq and Syria to go up to Europe. That goes right around the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, right above the Strait of Hormuz, rather. So that's not even necessary. It's going to take a little bit longer, 2-3 years. It's going to cost a lot, about $15 billion. But at that point, the strait becomes increasingly redundant.
Yeah.
So, Iran in many ways has just already spent their card of greatest leverage.
Absolutely. That's how you take power away, even if this regime were to stay in power locally. Once the strait isn't an issue, there are other options on the table. Well, I have you, Victoria. Last question. Ukraine launching 800 drones towards Moscow this week, one of the largest drone attacks since the conflict began over 4 years ago. Russia striking back on a Ukrainian village, reportedly killing at least 10, wounding 17 others. What would it take for this conflict to finally come to an end?
Well, I think it's going to take more progress like Ukraine has been making. And, what's been reported about the Russian shipments to Iran real quickly, I mean, that's fairly minor stuff that they're sending. Neither Iran nor China have gotten heavily involved, or Russia or China have gotten heavily involved in the Iran war. And I think that's telling. I think Russia's really stretched. I think if Ukraine can continue this pressure on Moscow with these drone attacks, particularly on their energy infrastructure, we might see Putin start to move as the fall goes on and possibly come back to the table and make a deal.
I want to switch gears to this. The Pentagon ordering 30 U.S. universities to audit any financial and research connections to foreign entities or face the risk of losing federal research funding. We're talking about China, Russia, Iran, all on the Pentagon's radar. Among those schools, Georgetown University, MIT, Harvard, and Cornell. Your reaction to this, as it's a major concern for Americans and has been. It seemed like the tide was turning a little, but when you start to dig in, you see that this is still going on in this country.
Oh, it's a huge problem. As a former academic myself, I've been participant in the lives of these universities, and federal funding is their cash cow. I mean, the federal taxpayers send hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars to these universities every year on the grounds that they're going to do research that benefits the American people. That's also why they have their tax-exempt status. Now, if that research is going to China and Russia, that's hardly a good investment for the U.S. taxpayer, particularly in sensitive defense-related matters. So I think this was long overdue. Great credit to Secretary Hegseth for this initiative. and hopefully we can expand that out to really get after the larger issue of foreign influence in our research universities.
Absolutely. Victoria Coates, thank you so much for being here this morning. Always great.
That's good to know. I do have that question as well about poor Ukraine. They have a long ways to go, man. They're in deep shit. I don't envy Ukraine right now, but we can also be in deep shit if we continue to let our American people be lied to. So let me go ahead and give the spotlight here to Don Plump, who for some reason believes that he owned me last night, as he also said he owned me some nights before. Listen to this man argue. I said, I'll give you 5 minutes to tell me your point and tell me how you feel. And, if you have a question for me, go on. He started off by saying, President Trump, Trump. Okay, I said, listen, man, you got to stop that. You got to stop that. He started talking about illegal immigrants, he says. Illegal immigrants, he says, have the right to become citizens. They say citizenship is a right, is a privilege. And then he says, well, it was immigrants who founded this country, who signed the Constitution. And I said, that's a very good point. And I'm going to put to you here how I destroyed him. He says immigrants. I say settlers. Here's what he says, and what he couldn't answer. When the United States Constitution took effect in 1789, the first official U.S. citizens were the people who lived in the 13 original states and supported the American Revolution. With that being said, the constitutional republic that was being created was acquiring citizens. We were acquiring land, new people, even the native tribes who were sovereignty land for the natives. From that point on, we have to make an oath. We have to follow the law and the rules to be American citizens. But morons like Donald Plump here, fake ass American citizen, doesn't understand the facts. So why do I block him? I gave him almost an hour, and this guy continued to argue the same thing, and he just kept going back to hating Trump. Why did Trump make $10.5 billion? Why did Trump do? Hey, forget about Trump. What about the economy? Let's talk about, but Trump. And that's how you lose. I try to calm him down plenty of times. I tried to calm him down many times. And I said, okay, forget about Trump. No, Trump. The range syndrome. You gotta, hey, get some help. You need some help. Here, mental help. It's not good for you. You really need to seek some help. Seek some help. Please, do that. Yeah. Nothing to do with white, Winnie. Don't be a fucking idiot. I'm telling you, man. Hey. Yeah, why would I let you call in? I gave you 2 chances. You blew it. You think I'm going to just have you come in here and disrespect me? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. If you feel disrespected from me, why are you here? Get the fuck out. Just go. You see what I'm saying? Like Winnie the Pooh. There you go. You lose your privilege of being in my channel. Now, peace out, biatch. 30 minutes. Go to the corner and think about what you did wrong. I'm not a Christian, Richard. Does that make you happy? Now, shut the fuck up. How about that? How about we do that? I'm an American citizen. I'm not a Christian. Blah, blah, blah. What about it? What else you got now? So what do you got now? Go ahead, dick. Be yourself, dick. See, this is why you guys are. This is you guys.
You's a lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass nigga.
That's it. That's you. That's you guys. That's you. Listen, I give you guys a chance. I give you guys a chance. You don't take advantage. I'm very unhinged. Woo, let's go. Yeah. Whoa, hey, listen. I believe in God the Father. I believe in the Son, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, and the Holy Spirit. I believe in the Holy Trinity. Now, you don't have to call me a Christian. That's okay. You can say ass, culo, or butt. It means the same thing. You can say shit, poop, or crap. It means the same thing. Now shut the hell up. All right, Donald Plump, get the fuck out of my chat. You're a retard, bro. You are a fucking retard. Get out of here. Go on. Go get a hot dog. Can't deport American citizens. Cannot deport American citizens. Matter of fact, let me know what there's this Mexican guy. He's an American citizen now. He actually has a very thick accent compared to me, and I think I may have shared a video from him. Why don't we do that? Let's go take a look and see what we got on my Facebook account. I'm sure I got a couple of things in there that we can share and talk about. You know, I don't know why this guy made this song, but I think it's funny. And, you know, hey, listen, I just, you know, sometimes we have questions. Yeah, here's a racist right there. Mr. 123 is a racist. Yeah, that's how you know the racist, guys. Here we go. This is for the libtards. I want to know this.
I got a question because I really need to know. Do you ever get tired
libtards
of being a bitch ass nigga? A hoe ass nigga. A hoe ass nigga. A pussy ass
nigga. Why don't you guys just...
When are you gonna grow up and act your big old age?
Just act your age, man. You can be adults. You can curse as an adult. If you're over 18, you should be allowed to curse. You're okay. Don't worry. That is not going to take away your salvation. You know what is going to take away your salvation? You supporting illegal immigrants and criminals. That's what's going to get your salvation taken away. You are a criminal. See, we fight. We try to go against the wishes of the flesh. But you are living in the flesh, and that is your downfall, my friend. With that being said, not that it means anything to you because you're not a believer anyway, but that's just my 2 cents. Let's see what we have here on my page. I think I shared a video here somewhere. Why don't we start off with the say no to pedophiles. Remember that, guys? Everybody on the left says President Trump is a pedophile. Well, you know, he wasn't convicted, so technically, I mean, he's not a pedophile. I mean, there was a president at some point who actually sniffed little girls and also had little kids bouncing on his lap that used to play with his hairs because when the sun hit it from the side, the hairs on his legs turned blonde and well, you ain't black if you don't vote for me. Oh, man, that's so funny, bro. I feel bad for the guy that called yesterday because every time I laugh, the guy was just getting more and more pissed. It's just what it is, bro. I don't know, Richard, but you are a dick. And with that being said, why don't you take a break? Go get a hot dog. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and play this. Again, this is not me, you know. And this could be whatever you think about this, it doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. Here we go. And here we go.
It's beyond disturbing. What you're seeing is an 8-year-old being forced to marry a 60-year-old. The Islamic fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. Muhammad was 50 when he married a 6-year-old, consummating the relationship at the age of 9. Look at this little girl. She's trembling. Watch the parents forcing her to marry a 60-year-old. It's a wicked, barbaric religion. Where are all the feminists? We're waiting to hear from you, Hillary.
Well, tell me, and I expect for you to answer on the chat. And I know all of you guys are you guys have made yourself very well aware of who you are. Tell me, do you support Muslims? Do you support Islam? Put it on the chat. Let's see who the cowards are. Put it in the chat. I will call out the cowards. You don't put it on the chat, you're a coward. Huh? What you didn't notice was the cash. Did you notice that? Right there. I'm going to show you. Right there. The guy is holding it on his hand. Wait a minute. Just hold on. Give me a second. That right there. You understand? This is not a marriage. This is sold into slavery. A child sold into slavery. Who supports Islam? That'll be an easier question. Who supports Islam? Put it in the chat and say, I support Islam. Money. Right there. Money for the child. Now what's funny is that somebody commented on the actual chat there, and they made the excuse and say, this little girl is not a little girl. It's just the same height as everybody around her. But when she was next to her mom, her head is down to her chest, her mother's chest. I wish I could find a spot here. Let me see. Let me get to the spot. You can kind of see it right there. Her head is right here, and this is the head of the other person, but there's a better one. Let me see. Look at that. Tell me that this person right here is the same size of that person right there. Her head is down to her mother's chest. But people on the left, Muslims, they continue to defend it. They make excuses about it. Just like whenever we talk about criminals on the left, they make excuses and excuses about it. And all they can say is, Trump, Trump, Trump. Well, if the system is making Trump go to jail, then he goes to jail. It is that simple. So, I don't see anybody saying that they support Islam. But I guarantee you they're out there protesting with them. Harry says he is from an Islam state, but he doesn't tell me if he supports Islam. That is my point. Epstein files sold children into slavery. Okay. Sure. It's not Trump. But the files can say whatever the files say. But you guys support Democrats. If you don't support Republicans, I just want you to know, if you don't support Republicans, even if you don't vote for Democrats, you are still supporting Democrats. Do you understand that part? Okay, I hope you do. Every single Democrat, quiet. Say it. I support Islam. That way I know you're a fucking pedophile lover. It is disgusting. Accusations doesn't mean shit. 34 felony counts. Yes, we already addressed it. Move on. Mormon Republicans marry several women and children. Not children. Don't lie. And I don't give a shit about them. There's Republican voters that voted for Trump. Yeah, I voted for Trump. He's not a pedophile. Don't be a fucking moron. Every single picture of President Trump has been with an adult female. So what? He's a womanizer. He cheated on his wives. Whatever. Who gives a shit? You guys don't even believe in God. You guys support a party that mutilates your children. You see how 100 retards? Not retards. I apologize. 100 libtards dropped off the chat. That's what I thought.
When are you gonna grow up and act your big old age? You's a lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass nigga.
Would you be? I want to share this next video here. This next clip. This is ICE agents arresting an American citizen. Check this out.
You okay with just opening the trunk? Just make sure no one's back there?
There's no one there since I don't know what you guys are.
Okay.
I'm a U.S. citizen.
I got you.
You're the operator of the vehicle. You're registered owner? My stepdad is. I don't understand why you guys are stopping me. You don't know what's in your own car? Okay, so good. You have nothing in there. We find something, we're going to assume it's yours.
Canine alert.
I just have my stuff.
Yep. Hey, cuff him up.
I haven't let you to do.
Go ahead, step out. Señor, patrulla fronteriza. Este es una inspection.
Well, look at that. The driver's a citizen. He's a Hispanic citizen pulled over by ICE. Yeah, ICE is, they're pretty evil there, guys. They are deporting all of American citizens. Yeah. Except this guy is a Mexican illegal immigrant. And the so-called American citizen was smuggling him in. Isn't that interesting? See, that's the difference between Americans that are on my side and Americans that are on the Democratic side. We respect the law. We want order. Democrats want disorder. And they don't respect the law. But they are so quick to call Trump on everything. They're so quick to blame us on everything. Without evidence, without proof. They're so quick to call us on everything. And what's really crazy, what's really funny to me, is that they're just deflecting who they are. Yeah. They hate it when I tell the truth. Making fun of my viewers, you're on the wrong channel, bro. Just move along. Move along. I can sit here with 10 patriots, and we can have a good old time. If I have 10 people on and nobody else wants to listen, shit, we'll go to story time. I got lots of stories to tell you about Honduras and the United States of America. Lots of stories. True stories. So don't think that that intimidates me. Don't think that I don't know that the channel gets shadow banned. That doesn't matter to me.
¿De imigración? ¿Por país?
¿De dónde eres?
México.
¿Media hora?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Don't deflect.
Well, he could be denaturalized because he could be.
This is an interesting one. Here we go. Now, guys, listen. I don't know if this is going to be possible. I don't know if this is going to happen, but it's true. Here we go.
Well, he could be denaturalized because when you apply for American citizenship under our federal immigration laws, you can't be a communist. You cannot support communism. And it's very clear that he supported communists in the past. He still supports communism. And he checked the box when he applied for his citizenship saying that he's not a communist and didn't support communism. Well, that's a lie, right? So when you lie to get citizenship, when you lie to get naturalized, you can be criminally prosecuted or civilly sued by the Justice Department and get denaturalized and lose your citizenship and get thrown out of our country. And that's exactly what should happen. And that's the reason we have denaturalization, is when you have subversive communists, for example, who lie to get into America and then try to subvert our country from within. That's why we get rid of them, right? And this is another reason why we need the Save America Acts. Mandami didn't win the American citizen vote in New York. He won the foreigner vote because non-citizens were allowed to vote in New York. And that's the problem when you let non-citizens, when you let illegals vote illegally in our elections, is you end up voting in people who hate America and subvert America. Well, he could be denaturalized because when you apply for America is when you have some.
Capiche? Is that clear for you guys?
Because when you apply.
Now, here's the whole thing about the LGBT.
This is a clip that I grabbed from. This is Steve Culver, Restore Washington, sharing a Adam Carolla clip from April 4th. Listen to this. I love Adam Carolla. I'm going to tell you that right now. I would love to sit with this guy. It would be such an amazing time to sit with this guy and just talk. If somebody knows Adam Carolla, tell him, get in touch. Would love to come and visit him and talk about what's going on in our country. Check this out.
Now, here
we go. Hold on.
Here's the whole thing about the LGBT whatever community. I look at it the same as I look at the Muslim community, which is you can be Muslim or you can be gay. You can't be gay and Muslim, but you could be Muslim or you can be gay. I have zero thoughts about it and zero problems with it. And I'm also going to say, as much as these assholes would argue this point, America's extremely tolerant to people and their different ideas and their different proclivities and their different ways of life and their different ways of expressing love. We don't want to be force-fed your bullshit all f***ing day.
Yeah.
That's what we push back against. We don't push back against Muslims. We push back against mandatory Muslim recognition night at the WNBA or whatever the f*** you're planning next. The LGBT community, fine. You guys have an agenda. And so the thing is go be gay, go be trans, go be whatever the f*** you want. But now you're going to insist that we got to fly the gay flag in front of the courthouse and now you can f*** off. Because I don't want to be part of it. You understand? I'm going to be indoctrinated into your bullshit. And by the way, like the Muslims, it's not... We just want people to tolerate us and live. No, you want to foist an agenda. Mm-hmm. That's what you're doing. If you don't, there's a version of quietly going about your business. This ain't it. You don't need to have the gay flag. You don't need to have Pride Month. You don't need to do the thing on the lawn of the White House. You can just go about your life. And then people push back, and then you get to claim that they're homophobic and you feel threatened. No, it's because you won't shut up about it. All these groups, they're there to agitate. They're not there to be left alone and peacefully practice either the religion or sucking. So you look at the whole gay thing. They go, we just want to be left alone and be married and have the same rights as whatever. Yeah. Every time you give them something, what do? Well, we want some 9-foot he-she with his tucked between his legs to read to your kids Cat in the Hat. And you go, what? I don't want to do that. And they go, oh, you're
and then
homophobic, are you?
After some people accept that, then they're like, well, we actually want to transition your 12-year-old.
Yeah,
and
blacks, gays, all those groups, they're all doing the same which is, you're fine. We're in a good society. Go do whatever you want. Oh, no. They keep pushing. They keep agitating. I'm telling you, when people step back and look at these moments, it's not going to be about just give them what they want. Mm-hmm. What they want is capitulation by you, but it's also, they're just going to keep going. All they want to do is complain about everything, and they want to be victims all the time. So they're going to keep pushing until some point you go, no, I don't want those books in my public library. And they go, oh, okay, now we're fighting, because that's the plan. Now here.
You see what I'm saying? That's all I've been saying. And I told you guys, when we run for 2028 governor here in Washington State, that is one of the things that I'm telling you that needs to happen. We need to make sure that everybody knows that everybody is equal. A homeless issue that we have here in Seattle, Washington. I have a clip for that as well. We have a homeless issue here in Seattle, Washington.
Now here's
Sorry about that. Let me mute that real quick.
I want to speak directly to some of the public. I want to.
All right, I think this is the one. Yeah, I think this is the one. All right. It's not fake news, dumbass. Well, we see it here in person. This is the life that we have here in Washington State. So we have a homeless issue, right? Check this out. We have a homeless issue. We have thrown billions of dollars at it, and it's just been worse. It's just worse. Seattle's incompetent government doesn't understand that, yes, you want to fight for the people and produce, give the people what they need. The problem with them is that they openly advertise to the world, not to Washingtonians, not to the American citizens, to the world. So what happens? When they try to tackle the issue with homelessness and drug addictions, they spend billions of dollars. Guess who's getting that money? They give them free drugs, free Narcan, free needles, knock yourself out, free food, free money, free health care. If you dehydrate yourself enough, you can go into the hospital and get a free IV and some opioids. Most hospitals don't do it anymore. They abused it. Now here's the kicker. They have wasted hundreds of millions of dollars. Uh-oh, watch out. Mr. Berniel, good to see you in the house. I'm sorry, you have not been restored yet. When I removed everybody, you were included. My bad, brother. Okay, so listen. So now they have advertised. Again, Blue, listen, man. Listen. All you got to do is just go look. Open your damn eyes. And don't worry. I have a clip that we're going to listen to real quick. Don't worry about it. So they have told the people that there is free help. You are welcome here. It's like the Democrats' slogan. Bring all the illegals here. Bring all the lazy people here. Bring all the bums, all the drug addicts. Come on in here. You're very welcome. Instead of helping them get out of that situation. You see what I'm saying? That is the problem. That you don't just help the people, but you advertise to foreigners and outsiders to come in and take advantage of the system. Now, with that being said, okay, Blue, I'm going to shut the fuck you up right now. Here we go. I love my English. It's fantastic. I'm about to shut your fuck up right now. Here we go. You ready? I'm going to shut you the fuck up right now. That's the right way. I apologize. Listen to this right here.
I want to speak directly to some of the public comment that we heard today, from the powerful testimony from our trans neighbors to also the transphobia that was also heard in these chambers.
You guys want to give $300,000 away in the name of a fictional genocide that's not occurring.
The equivalent of about 60 single-family homes would donate their entire hard-fought property tax to fund a slush fund for people who can't even prove what they are, what they claim to be.
And I want to state to our queer and trans community directly, you belong in Seattle. I am glad you are here. You deserve dignity and respect. And we are going to do the work to live up to our promise of being a welcoming city. So I am very clear that while this one-time funding is not enough to address the full need,
she's written a script.
It is a start, and it signals our commitment that the city of Seattle will work towards living up to that promise of being a welcoming city.
Sell out.
Michael Woodward from Traction. I've been living in the world as a trans man since the 1990s. Trans displacement is a civic emergency. You've already heard the numbers. More than 50,000 displaced trans people are already here or on their way. The need is only growing. In the 3 years since we started this work, we've received one $10,000 foundation grant for all this work. Just one.
You may call me Mantai. I'm a spiritual leader in the Seattle trans community, and I am here to speak truth. 2 weeks ago, I said Seattle was like the innkeeper who promised my people rooms, yet when they arrived, had no rooms available. I asked you for mercy. Now you have shown us a small mercy. For while a pile of hay in the stable loft may not be adequate accommodations, it is in fact a room, and it is in fact at the inn. For this, I express small gratitude. With this 0.3 million, equivalent to the salary of about 2.5 junior police officers, our local mutual aid orgs could house 16 trans people for a year. To those who complain about how even this is too much, I ask you, why do you care about so much about so little money?
We fled Florida in the middle of the night because we weren't treated like humans. I've been told my whole growing up life that Seattle was a liberal paradise, and it sounded like paradise to me, a place where queer and trans folks like me and my partner could be accepted and just live.
I am a transgender refugee, and I'm here to say thank you to all everybody.
Transgender refugee. Now let me tell you something. Whenever you're going to tell somebody your feelings and your truth, how you think about them, you just don't use a script for that. It's very simple to say it. If you believe it, you don't need a script. The only reason why politicians and some people that are doing public speaking in areas like, speeches and stuff, they write their speech. I get it. But this person is trying to do an emotional communication to them. She's not speaking from the heart. I don't think you understand what I mean. But I can tell you this. I don't use a script. Everything I tell you is what I believe. I honestly believe what I tell you. And I believe it's for the better of our country. So there's a big difference. If I'm going to make sure that I touch up on a lot of points that I want to touch up, sure, if I'm being a public speaker, I'm going to have bullet points. Okay, hey, we're going to talk about the economy. Okay, we're going to talk about immigration. We're going to talk about this. I will do that. In this show, we watch clips, news clips. I talk about it. I deliver a message. I give you my opinion. I give you facts and truth and pointers so that you can make your own decisions about what you believe in, how you react, and what you do, especially when you go and vote. I don't try to influence you. I just try to guide you. You see, I can open the door for you, but you have to walk through it. That's all we're doing. And when you're telling me that I'm lying, and here we are, I'm showing you the proof of what I just said. You just gave an invitation to the world to come in here into this state, and this is what happens. When you tell people, when you advertise to the world that we have free food, free money, free housing, they will come. If you build it, they will come. I'm going to tell you how they will not come. Build a fucking asylum. $600 million to shave legs and breast implants from transgender. How about you build an asylum and you hire professionals to help with their mental disorder that they have? Just pointing it out there. Thank you, Allison.
Everybody that's on this panel. I just wanted to show something real quick. This is the stone donation that I received on Wednesday that was whizzed by my head on 12th and Howell while I tried to help a unhoused transgender person. And this is the reality that we face. We deserve our place in the sun, too.
I want to thank you, Councilwoman Ring, for spearheading this effort that was brought forward by our partners in Mantis for the sake of trans survival. Oh, I got mixed up. It's okay. Okay. I love this city. As we all know, Seattle is a sanctuary city, and I believe that this status morally extends not only to immigrants internationally, but also to immigrants across this whole country who are fleeing violence, such as our trans friends all across the states.
Raise my case.
Again, thank you for the $300,000 amended for the trans refugee crisis. I want you to pass the budget with that in there. But again, that's just a...
How much did they... A transgender refugee crisis. What stops transgenders from getting a job and making their own money?
Start.
And I am a District 6 resident and executive board member of the King County Republican Party.
I'm here today to speak against funding for the trans and queer community, like the $300,000 proposed in today's budget amendment bill CB 121253. There's no reason to spend money, public money, to pay expenses for what is simply adults moving to Seattle.
The commercial tax base is under pressure. Yet we're being asked to expand spending on discretionary programs for a narrow category of newcomers, while the city's more core services and fiscal foundation remains strained.
It's time to put an end to our reputation for being free-addle and return to funding projects that build our city and benefit all.
Hi, my name's Ari. I came in to talk about the $300,000 that you guys want to give to the trans and queer community. I just think it's absolutely ridiculous that in a city that has a housing crisis, sex trafficking problem, and a city that has a serious drug problem, you guys want to give $300,000 away in the name of a fictional genocide that's not occurring. Okay, I think it's really insulting to people who have actually suffered an attempt by governments to systemically erase their existence from this land. I think it's insulting to this nation. What's really happened is trans migrants have moved from state to state, just like me. Like I came here 10 years ago for the same thing, just for opportunity, rebuilt my whole life, found love. But they've moved because women, adult human females, have said they're not comfortable with males in their bathrooms, in their prisons, in their rape shelters, okay? And so they've come here to hide so they can oppress women. That's what it's really about. And I just think it's absolutely ridiculous to see a city council with this many women on it who do not know what women are. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. You have Trump's FBI breaking up sex trafficking.
Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Ari. Next. Thank you, Ari. So, all right.
Hello, I'm here to talk about the trans refugee crisis. I want to thank the council for doing the barest minimum of effort in addressing this and earmarking $300,000. That is something that should have been done a year ago, but obviously the administration at the time was not amicable to such proceedings. I will say that this is peanut money. This is such a small amount of money for this city. You are spending millions to expand fucking flock cameras. And in that respect, anyone here who votes against such a small amount of money, the peanut money that my community needs, anyone who votes against it is signaling strongly that they are on the side of atrocity. They are on the side of bigotry. They are on the side of the people who are brandishing guns on my community. They are on the side of a villainy that this country should have extinguished a long time ago. So I want you to understand that as public servants, we will hold you accountable.
Welcome.
We've heard some noise of the right-wingers that are against trans refugees, I guess. I guess they're threatened by funding for care, for life, for housing, because we're fleeing their culture of death. We are giving our community space to breathe.
As a trans woman and as a survivor of assaults, domestic violence, rape, and as somebody who's previously volunteered at DV shelters, I'm appalled by some of the statements we heard today from the Republicans who I guess couldn't be bothered to stick around.
Pepper is not fair, and we ask that you do pass this bill without seeing.
Andrea.
Thank you.
Hi, can I get your pronouns? Can I get your pronouns for the video I'm gonna make?
Oh, my name is Andrea.
I'm just being polite.
You want my pronouns?
19 years. I'm also
He, she, they.
a member of the partnership community.
What, do you have preferred pronouns? That's all my question. That's all I'm asking.
And I'm also a proud longtime student mom.
I'm just standing here as I have a right to do in a public location.
All right. All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Juarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Kettle?
Aye.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes.
Councilmember Rink?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera?
Aye.
Councilmember Saka?
Aye.
Councilmember Strauss? Aye. Council President Hollingsworth?
Yes.
9 in favor, none opposed.
Bill passes. Chair will sign it. And will the clerk please respect?
I want to remind you, we have a complaint about affordability and economics issues. Ignore this video that you see here. It is all Trump's fault. Yeah, it's Trump's fault. When they give $600 million for laser hair removal and breast implants for transgenders, it's just a little bit above $1 billion. It's just above half $1 billion. No big deal. Oh, it's Trump's fault that we have an unaffordable crisis here in Washington State. This is what the Democrats say. Unaffordability, Trump's fault. See, that's why he says it's fake news. That's why he says, no, it's not true. That accusation doesn't exist. Unaffordability is not Trump's doing. And I've been saying this so many times over and over. Hold your local government accountable. Stop with this Trump derangement syndrome problem. Seriously. $300,000, no problem. Just giving them away so that they can pay for a motel, so that they can go and buy themselves some clothes. How about you go find them a job? You don't hear me complaining about the economy. So why do you complain about the economy? If you complain about the economy, go get a job. And if you can't find a job, find out why Amazon doesn't have more jobs available. Go find out why Boeing doesn't have more jobs available. Go find out why Microsoft doesn't have more jobs available. Go find out why corporations are leaving Seattle. Oh, wait. It is Trump's fault. Billions of dollars thrown into the homeless problem. Somehow, homelessness has been multiplied. Oh, but that's Trump's fault. You pay $1.50 more a gallon of gas here in Washington State. That's Trump's fault. Oh, no. That's our local government. Regulation fees, taxes, the Green New Deal. Remember that bullshit deal? Yeah. Climate change. We still pay for that. When you raise the taxes, excise tax, payroll tax, property tax, what do you think is going to happen to the economy? Oh, it is Trump's fault. I'm going to tell you something right now. If they actually tried to help all of the American citizens, not the illegals, not the body able to work people, we will have a stronger, better economy. Somebody says that I can't lower the prices. Are you sure? You tell me that I can't help fix the economy? God willing, I will prove to you that it can. Let me tell you what I'm so proud of. Now remember, pride is a sin when it's a selfish pride. But what I'm proud of is that I've been supporting this candidate for many years now, before he even became a candidate for governor. And I love that he thinks the way that I think. Now, the difference is he's a lot smarter than I am. He is. He's sharp. He's better looking than I am. You know what I'm saying? He has a very good heart. I believe that. Now, he made mistakes in his life. But I really, really love this guy. What a great American hero. And I believe that he is going to do a tremendous job. This candidate believes, as I do, as transparency. He believes, listen to this, he believes that every taxpayer dollar that gets used by the government, he believes to post it in public. and say this amount of money went here, 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 and here. Everybody can look it up. That's the way I think. I love transparency. See, I get a salary as a governor, and a lot of it is going to be donated, but I still get a salary. I don't need to be greedy with money. I've had plenty of money before. I have been rich, and I have been poor. But what's always most important to me is having my family. Just to have a roof over our head and being able to pay the bills as a responsible American citizen, as a responsible adult. This great American hero doesn't care about if you're a Republican or a Democrat, just as I don't care. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. What I care about is that you are an American citizen who cares about your country. That's what I care about. The name of this wonderful man that I believe is going to do a tremendous job in Florida is Byron Donalds. Well, you're surprised? It's a black man. He's a real American. I'm going to tell you something. If he does a job as I think that he will, or as I believe that he will in Florida, you might be looking at the first real black American president. It's crazy, right? I'm just throwing a curveball out there. You never know. You never know. That's because you are un-American. But I know who my American heroes are. You see, I thank every veteran for their service. I thank everybody. I thank them very much for enlisting in the military, even if they enlist not with the heart of valor for the countryman, even if they do it for selfish reasons. They want to be tougher. They want to learn how to fight. They want to learn how to shoot better. They want to learn, get a free degree. They want free money. They want whatever the hell it is that is not to fight for their countrymen. I don't care. I still thank them for enlisting in the military. But when they come out on my show and they come out and tell me that they hate America, that they are here to support illegal immigrants, I am sorry. You have betrayed your country. You are not upholding the oath that you made when you signed up for the military. Now, I didn't serve in the military. I got you. You can call me whatever you want. But there is an oath that I made when I decided to become an American citizen. Somebody tried to villainize me with that. Oh, you brag about waiting 35 years to be an American citizen. The guy just missed the whole message. You see, I didn't abuse the system. I was in this country 2.5 decades as a green card holder. I waited 10 years to come to this country legally. Thanks to my mother, not because I knew that. My mother taught me that. You see what I'm saying? You may be a veteran, but that doesn't make you an American hero if you're fighting against your countrymen right now. See, those who fight for their countrymen, meaning American citizens who support this nation, those are the ones that I call American heroes. I'm sorry to bust your bubble. I don't care if you don't like me. I don't care if you don't think I appreciate vets. A lot of my members, a lot of the people on my channel, they're actually veterans. But you know what the difference is? They love America. They believe what I believe, and that is respecting the law. That is putting American citizens first. Every single Democrat that I had debated or talked to, they don't care about American citizens. I don't understand why. Number one, I don't understand why. But what I do know is that I do care about America being protected and to continue to be the greatest country on earth. I've said this before. Congress, Democrats fighting against President Donald Trump are fighting with our enemies. This is what I tell you Americans. If you don't vote for Republicans right now, you're giving Democrats a vote. Even if you don't vote. Do you understand that? You're fighting against us. If you don't vote and if you vote Democrat. Either way, it benefits the Democrats who don't put American citizens first. I hope you understand that. It's not about hating that side. It's about making you realize I'm exhorting you. I am rebuking your evil ways and your treasonous actions. Democrats in Congress and the Senate, which I believe the legislative branch is useless, but we have to respect it. They have been fighting against our president. They have been an obstacle for making deals worldwide. They have been encouraging China. They have been encouraging Iran. They have been encouraging our enemies to fight us, while President Trump continues to fight for the American people. They continue to bring all these false testimonies against him. But you know what they're really saying? You and me, those Americans who believe American citizens should be first, that's who they're fighting against. You have to understand something. I don't like everything Trump does, but he is our president. We voted him in. We can do better than he does. It's a lie. Nobody had the balls to do what President Trump did against Iran. Now we got to support it. No matter how long it takes, we have to support it. And I'm going to mention this. We are the greatest, most powerful military on earth. And Congress denies us the budget that we need to defend this country. Now, there's some things that I wish they will fix, like overpricing, nuts and bolts. I get it. We don't want to have our system abuses as well. But these people who are un-American, ungrateful of the greatness that this country has, ungrateful of the sacrifices of our forefathers and those American heroes before them, they don't see it that way. They'd rather spend billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars on illegal immigrants. Hundreds of billions of dollars on our enemies. Hundreds of billions of dollars on useless socialist programs that got no results. But they have a problem supporting what really matters. Our military, which protects us from tyrants, communists like China, Russia, and terrorists like the Ayatollah, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and all these pirate Somalis who have been invading our country. Just a messenger. Scott Norris, how you doing, brother? Scott Barron was also in the house as well. Good to have you guys. Donnell Hall says 47 years they have been pecking at the wrong animals. Well, it's not meant to be funny. It is all true. True crew. I make the United States trees look great again. No thanks needed. No thanks needed. Just doing my part for America. Hootie and the Blowfish. Oh, yeah, that was a good. I actually liked that group. I actually liked that group. All right, who we got? We're going to go ahead and I think that's all I have on my...
that we heard today from the powerful test.
I think that's all I have on my Facebook. Oh, no. There's one more. Here we go. There's one more. But why don't we jump into Sean Hannity. Now, I listened to what is being said, but I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Here we go. Let me put the audio on.
Gubernatorial nominee Vivek Ramaswamy is here with reaction to all of this. You know, I watched the the whole decline now of the Democratic Party. They've been co-opted by radicals that want to defund, dismantle the police, etc. They want open borders. It's not in your race, but I'm looking like at the Senate race. Do people in Ohio understand that guys like Sherrod Brown will be forced to go along with that radical base if he ever got elected, God forbid? Do people not understand in Ohio that it's law and order, safety, security, and economics that's going to drive this election?
I think the people of Ohio have good common sense, Sean, but a lot of us here are looking at places like New York and California and Los Angeles and Minnesota and thinking that socialist madness only exists in those states. But I think people in Ohio are starting to wake up to the fact that that's a very real risk, that if we don't get it right this November, that could happen here in Ohio as well. I mean, the opponent I'm running against, this woman, Amy Acton, she has compared law enforcement to the KKK. Apparently that seems to be a common Democrat theme now across the country. But you think about that, that's not who we are. And so this is an important choice, Sean. This is an important moment for Republicans to stand up for the actual values that made this country great. A choice between free enterprise and socialism, a choice between the rule of law and lawlessness, a choice between success and failure. That's what's on the ballot in places like Ohio. And I do think that especially as a lot of core conservatives begin to wake up heading into the election in November, we're going to see a rising tide for Republicans that lifts up not only my race, which I'm not worried about, but also every Republican down ballot to make sure we stand for what made this country great.
No, I think you're right. Law and order, safety, security is a prerequisite if you want to pursue happiness and your dream in life and whatever God-given talent you have. And the economy is top of mind for everybody. I mean, these are basic core issues. And this is now at the heart of what has taken over what used to be, I guess, an old Democratic Party that has been pushed to the side. And if there are moderate Democrats, they're unwilling to challenge, you know, these democratic socialist beliefs.
Well, the irony, Sean, is that these Democrat socialist policies, and increasingly these are one and the same. We say Democrat socialist, we can just call them the Democrat policies that favor increased government spending to solve all problems, are actually creating problems for the very people they purport to help. What drove that inflation was post-COVID spending, disastrous Biden-era spending policies that caused a lot of the costs of daily living to rise way faster than wages did. And who's hurt by that? The very people that the Democrats purport to represent, hardworking men and women across this country. I think we in the Republican Party have a different way, and it's the way I'm going to lead in Ohio. You want to bring down the cost of those electric bills? Produce more energy. You want to bring down the cost of housing? Let's cut the red tape that stops new home construction, build more homes, including those starter homes for young people. You want to put more money into those healthcare savings accounts and bring down the cost of healthcare? Step up and prosecute the Medicaid fraud, including in states like Ohio, where I will do it and get it done. These are the practical solutions that are actually going to improve people's lives, Sean. The turn to socialism is not the answer.
But, you know, your core message has always been for people to pursue their dream, their God-given talent,
yes,
to have success, that to make, you know, an economy where, you know, a rising tide lifts all boats, where everybody will succeed if they're willing to work hard. You know, the idea seems to be lost on these democratic socialists. How do you explain that?
Well, it's up to us, Sean, not to listen and cater to their tune, but to offer our vision of who we are and what we stand for and what made this country the greatest country known to the history of mankind. It is this basic idea that we still call and believe in, called the American dream. I know that exists because I have lived it in this state and in this country. And the reason I'm running is that I am grateful to our country for giving me opportunities that would not have been available to a kid like me in any other country on planet Earth. And my message to those who may turn to socialism is someone else's success doesn't take away from your success. It makes you more likely to succeed. We celebrate success in America. That is who we are. And if we remember that, we're going to have another 250 years and then some left to celebrate. That starts with winning this November, and I hope we get the job done here in Ohio.
I know you don't like him, my man, but But you got to vote for him. It's like I said, if you guys don't vote for the right people, they're going to continue to destroy our country. You know, one thing that I like about him, he is very smart. He just needs a little bit of character, but he's very smart, and he will think of things that I wouldn't think of. You have to understand something. Your job is to watch the character of the person. Like, for example, you want to judge me? Here we go. Joe, come on, man. See what I'm talking about? These people, they just, I don't know, man. They just don't, they don't have any type of wisdom. Bro, you need to act your age, bro.
When are you going to grow up and act your big old age?
You got to grow up, bro. You got to grow up. Knock it off. For example, you have seen me. When you talk to me and you want to have a conversation, we have a fantastic conversation. But when you come in here and all you have is false accusations, false testimony, you come in here lying. First of all, you come in insulting me. You don't realize I'm the host of this channel. You blatant disrespect that you show in here is what gives you what I got. You treat me with respect, you get respect. You want to act like a fucking moron, I'm gonna treat you like a moron. For example, Chris Messenger. He's a fucking moron, so I'm going to talk to him like a fucking moron. But you also have heard me talk about American citizens. But what I find very interesting is this. Pay attention to this real here. Listen, I am a migrant, come to this country, respect the law, love America, love the people, and I've proven my loyalty to the United States of America. Now, I defend the United States of America over Honduras, where I come from. Now, logic will say that everybody will see that and be like, oh my God, this is the kind of migrants that we want in this country. But you know what I see? This is what I hear. Here we go. There it is. You should be deported. If I was an American, I will act like the rest of you guys, like my members that push me to the finish line. If I was an American citizen born in this country, I will be so happy to have me. I will be so happy to have migrants who actually care about this country. It is proof that they are the real Americans because their heart is for this nation. The commitment, the loyalty is for this nation alone. So I find it very interesting when, of course, it's always the Democrats for some reason, always the libtards, that just hate me for my loyalty to their country, assuming they are actually citizens of this country. How does that work? How do you criminalize somebody that is supporting you 110%? How do you do that? How do you criminalize the person that is loving you the most? I really want an answer for that. I really want an answer. I mean, shouldn't you, as an American citizen, be happy that I'm betraying my people? Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you be happy that I'm supporting the United States of America only and the American citizens? Shouldn't you be happy? Oh, man. Listen, man, I just got a question, man. I got a question for all of the libtards.
I got a question because I really need to know, do you ever get tired
libtards
of being a bitch ass nigga? A hoe ass nigga. A hoe ass nigga. A pussy ass nigga.
You see what I'm saying? Now, if you come in here And I have given such great compliments to every single veteran that loves our country. 100%. Magic Man, thank you. You are our people, Dennis. I appreciate that, man. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'll be looking at. You know what I'm saying? That's what I will want. I will want to have somebody here that loves this country. And remember, the oath that you made for the military service, I made the same oath. And I'm keeping my oath. If I could sign up for the Army Reserves, I would, but they won't take me anyway. There you go, Bobby. That's what you got to do. But you got to stand, man, for America. Unfortunately, and I got to say it over and over, Democrats are not American right now. Thank you, Mr. Frost. They're not American right now. And if you think, oh, well, I'm not going to vote for Democrats because they're evil. Well, I also don't like Trump, so I'm not going to vote for anybody that is a Republican. You're still helping the Democrats. And you know that I'm right. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you the information so that you can process it through. Here, let me give you a candidate that is running for the Democrat side, okay? This is a Democrat socialist who has secured the win in Florida as well on the primary. Let's take a listen and see how she thinks.
Let's start with the primary fights that happened overnight. Madeline Rivera is here with the latest results this morning. Hi, Maddie.
Yeah, a lot happened last night, you guys. But first to the gubernatorial results in Florida. Congressman Byron Donalds easily clinched the GOP nomination in this crowded primary. The longtime Trump ally benefited from the president's endorsement, beating several other candidates, including Florida Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, whose term limited stayed out of the primary. But Donalds, who could become the state's first black governor, says he anticipates DeSantis' support heading into November. He will now face David Jolly, a Republican turned Democrat.
As a Republican Party, we have set the standard here in Florida. Ron DeSantis has done a great job as governor, and it's about keeping the wins that he's brought to our state going forward, but also building for our future, making sure that we can balance the growth with our agricultural lands and our conservation areas, because Florida is the best state in America, and we're not going to stop anytime soon.
Meantime, progressives in the Sunshine State are celebrating Angie Nixon's victory in the Democratic Senate primary. This is a major upset, guys, with Nixon beating Alex Vindeman, who was a former top security national official. He was a witness in President Trump's first impeachment trial. He had been backed by other Democrats, including Senators Mark Kelly and Tammy Duckworth. But progressives did see a loss in the 25th congressional district, where DSA-backed candidate Oliver Larkin failed to prevail against the incumbent Jared Moskowitz. Moskowitz saying in a statement, Democratic voters sent a clear message. I faced a challenge from the DSA. They threw everything at me, and I didn't change who I am or what I believe. And the voters overwhelmingly chose the independent-minded approach I've brought to Congress. Looking now to Florida's 20th congressional district, where Debbie Wasserman Schultz won against Elijah Manley. This was a pretty controversial race for Schultz. She faced some criticism for running in the heavily black district. She chose to run in this district after the state redrew its maps, but last night Schultz was defiant.
We can make sure that people can go to work and afford their gas, that people don't have to shut their small businesses down because they can't serve their customers. And we're going to make sure we fight those damn Republicans and shut our democracy.
And in Alaska, incumbent Republican Dan Sullivan and Democrat Mary Peltola will advance in the Senate primary. The top four candidates advance to the general election by ranked choice voting. Democrats are eyeing this seat as one of their top flip races this November. Guys, back to you.
Okay, a lot going on. Maddie, thank you.
Yeah.
A major upset in Florida's primary for U.S. Senate, with Democrat socialist Angie Nixon defeating Alex Vindman.
She will now go up against Florida Senator Ashley Moody in the midterms to serve the remainder of Secretary of State Marco Rubio's former seat. Here's Nixon on why she won last night's primary.
People are demanding change. They are tired of the billionaire and corporations running this country. They are ready for hardworking, everyday people to get to decide what their economies and communities look like.
CEO of Emergence Global and a Republican political strategist, Corey Ruth, joins us now. Corey, welcome to the show. Here's the deal with all this. Vindman outspent Nixon by some estimates 13-1, other estimates 20-1. Regardless, it was huge. He was backed by the establishment. He had name recognition from the Trump impeachment trial. And yet, despite all of that, he lost to the socialist in Florida, of all places, Corey, and he lost big. What does that say about where the energy is among Democrat voters?
I don't know if it says much in that particular race. I mean, she won the 2 counties that Malkovich's district covers, and he beat a socialist. She also, won her district in a Duval County is one of the largest districts in the country. Of course, it's larger than 6 states, so that helped her out too. I think this is more like an Alvin Green victory. Remember Alvin Green from 2010 in South Carolina? He spent no money. He just put his name on the ballot, and he ended up beating a well-funded Democrat state senator. I think this has a lot to do with positive name association.
You know, she said in the soundbite we ran before we came to you that people are demanding change. And I do think that is, I think she's right on that, on both sides, because you're seeing, I mean, granted, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag with, the socialists winning and then more moderate Democrats. But when you see more of these socialist style Democrats winning, what does that do for the party as a whole, for those people who want to stay more moderate?
Well, it's definitely a win for the socialists in the sort of intramural battle between the Democrats. That's for sure. What I would say, though, is it's going to be harder for moderate Democrats to find a home. And I think this is a good season for Republicans to start reaching out to them. Those I-4 corridor Democrats, for instance, maybe could find their way to her opponent or to Byron Donalds.
How are Nixon's policies to that overall point of things like abolishing ICE, freezing rent, the standard DSA playbook? How are they going to play against an incumbent who's relatively popular in Ashley Moody on the Republican side?
Florida has an interesting composition. There's not a lot of room for someone with those politics. I mean, you think about the populist conservatism in the Panhandle. You think about the sort of Cuban conservatism, socialist vibe down in.
There is your recipe for destroying your country right there. I know you think that's a good idea, but it's not. Medicare for all, bad idea. Free childcare, bad idea. Free paid family and sick leave, okay, sure. National rent freeze, bad idea. And moratorium on evictions, bad idea. You destroy businesses. Universal jobs program, right, whatever the hell that means. Tax the rich, they are taxed already. They are paying their fair share. Hundreds of thousands of jobs are there because they are in business. Abolish ICE. So who's going to protect us from illegal immigrants, criminals coming into our country? Who's going to fight the drugs coming in through the border? It's a recipe for destruction. And it's sad that it has to be a black woman, because it gives other black women a bad name. See, this is why when I say that I'm very happy that Tanjo, my sister, is here on our side, it's because it gives me hope. And that I know for sure that black people are not low IQ like this woman. Unfortunately, those who vote for her, well, there's not much left to say about them. Just saying. Just saying. Tony, don't spam. Don't spam or you will get blocked. Oh, boy. Well, if you don't see it already, you don't see it. Why do you think? Why do you think that I believe Medicare for all is not a good idea? Put it on the chat. Let's see if we can get something going. By the way, we're about to listen to President Donald Trump's remarks here in a minute. Go ahead and tell me why Medicare for all is not a good idea. Don't spam. Yeah. I want to see if somebody is listening. You guys on the left, especially those that are loud criticizing me, I want you to tell me. Oh, Medicare is good, but that's not what I asked for. I say, why do you think Medicare for all is a bad idea? That's right. That's right, Tangi. Ouch, my man. Borderline. Now, why do you think that America can't afford it, Duke Nukem? Let me give you a little disclaimer so that you guys know where I'm going with this. Medicare, free Medicare for all American citizens, sure. No subsidies, nothing for illegal immigrants. Nothing. You understand? Nothing. We got to control illegal immigration. We're getting closer to free Medicare for all American citizens. Stop fraud. Get rid of illegal immigrants and then take care of the American citizens. That's one way forward to acquire free health care for American citizens. There is a follow-up. You can't give free health care to every single American citizen. You got to make sure the rich people pay their fair share. You obviously don't get free health care if you're a millionaire. You can afford health care. But anybody making under $250,000, I think is fair enough to say they would qualify for that. Social programs that I agree with. Social Security. Do you know why Social Security is a social program? Besides the obvious thing in the name. It's because you are not paying for your Social Security. Did you know that? No. The next generation is going to pay for your Social Security benefits. Which means that if they stop paying into Social Security, you ain't going to have shit of Social Security money for you. That is just a fact. Well. Everybody in Australia, guys, gets free health care. Oh, my God. If they can do it, so can we. Check these stats. What do you see different on those stats? Australia's population, 28 million people. We got more illegal immigrants in this country than that. This is what I tell people from other countries. Just shut the hell up and stick with your country's policy. Fight your country. Fight your government. Fight your influencers. Fight your podcasters, YouTubers. Fight those for your Australian country. Don't compare your shit-ass continent who has less population than a country in a continent. Anyways, as I was saying before, there is ways so that we can get free healthcare for American citizens only for those who need it. Here we go. I don't give a shit. You always talk so good about Australia and you talk so much shit about the United States of America. You could have fooled me. See, you have dual citizenship. I denounced. I renounced. What's the word? Denounce? Yeah, I denounced my previous government. You are conflicted. You have a conflict of interest. You love Australia and you hate America. That's it. Oh, GTO, you want some more, brother? GTO, man, I apologize, bro. I know you suffer from PTSD. I feel bad about that. But your stupidity, I don't feel bad on calling. Free childcare. All right, here we go. Free childcare for who? For single mothers, for households working full-time but can't afford childcare? Sure, I love it. I'm down. But free childcare, just by itself? Hell no. You're going to have all these women on welfare. No job. Just more time to open their legs and get more babies, get more pregnant. More time to hang out at the club. More time to be lazy. See, there's a difference. There is a difference. Yes, there you go, finally. Yes, the working mothers. Absolutely. They got it. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Tangi, if you need to get rid of somebody, get rid of them. Don't worry about insulting my mother. Doesn't mean shit to me. She already dead. She has no more feelings in this world. Free paid family and sick leave. I believe if you have a job, you pay into it, which is like a couple of dollars. It really is not much. So I don't know, what she really means by that. I will have to read more into it. But here's the problem. National rent freeze. National rent freeze. Why would it be a bad idea to have rent freeze? If the government was giving landlords property tax breaks, deregulation break fees, yeah, sure, freeze the rent. But as long as they keep raising taxes on the property, taxes on payrolls, taxes on excise taxes, and taxes over taxes, no, you're destroying the landlords. You're destroying small, medium, and large businesses. And you just can't do business like that and continue to have a great economy flowing in your state. Universal jobs programs. I don't know what that means. Might be a good thing. Tax the rich. I already mentioned it. The rich are already taxed. They pay a tremendous amount of taxes on property. They get a lot of breaks while they have a business, but that's just on the business. They still pay the property taxes just like everybody else. Imagine how much taxes they are paying on property taxes when they have a $10 million house compared to your $200,000 house. Think about that. If you want bigger houses, you pay more taxes. That's the way it works. Abolish ICE. Already mentioned it. You are allowing drug smugglers, human smugglers, children smugglers. All this human trafficking has to have some department to stop it or try to stop it. Defunding ICE while defending illegal immigrants, it is the opposite of the oath that we made as an American citizen for this country. We are allowing our enemies, we are allowing foreigners to come in and rape the American Constitution. I can't stand for that. I can't stand for that. So what happens? What happens when you have a millionaire? Let's go ahead and talk about it. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. ICE is part of the immigration enforcement. Let's talk about this. Let's say I agree with the Democrats and they say let's tax the rich to extinction. What kind of incentive is there for anybody to be a millionaire? What happens when you take the reward away from the effort? Well, I'm going to tell you something. If you tell me that I got to go to work so that I can give you my fucking money, you out of your damn mind. You take away the incentive to create wealth. You destroy yourself. I wish you would have said, instead of tax the rich, I wish you would have said, we will create more jobs. Why is it the president takes the fault for jobs lost? Legitimate question. Why is it? Is the president responsible for AOC rejecting Amazon? Is the president responsible for the socialist Democrat mayor to chase Starbucks out of Washington State? Is that Trump's fault that we have lost over 100,000 jobs here in Washington State? No, it's not. They continue to chase away business. They continue to chase away millionaires. And how do the socialists create wealth? Put it in the chat. How do socialists create wealth? Well, right there. Tax the rich. Tax the ones that work hard for their money. Tax the ones that are actually investing, sacrificing, making the tough decisions. Tax the ones that are getting loans for their businesses to stay afloat and make money. That is the only way that socialists create wealth. all these libtards that come in here talking about Republicans, you have no room to talk. You support pedophiles and you complain about President Trump. You allow Islam, Sharia law. You allow these Muslims who believe to marry a 6-year-old little girl. You hypocrites. You say you want the Epstein files out because you care about the innocent children being abused. You hypocrites. You defend the criminals who are actually sexually abusing the children. You hypocrites who out there hurting our children by telling them that they are not real boys, that they can mutilate themselves. You hypocrites. You snakes. You evildoers. You have no room to judge anybody on the Republican side because you are corrupted. You are destruction. You work for Satan. You destroyed the nuclear family. And you wonder why criminality and stupidity has multiplied greatly in our time. You don't even know what that means, nostalgia. You don't even know what that means. That's right, Tanji. The poor are the ones that end up paying those taxes. These fools have learned nothing from history. Yeah, I know, bro. I know, blood. But it's ridiculous. They have no room to come in here and judge us if they don't judge their side. The Bible says, judge righteously. Do not raise false testimony against your brother, against your neighbor. That is a stupidity of your ways, Carlos. What the fuck is wrong with you? Have you learned nothing in life? Very simple. If you have a penis, you are a male, and your sex is male. Your gender is male. If you have a vagina, you're a woman. You can't cosmetically make that happen. And all of a sudden, you're changed. That's not how it works. Putting makeup and lipstick on a pig, still a pig. Unbelievable the stupidity of some of the people that we live with. Unbelievable. It's crazy. It is crazy. And somebody has to say it. You can hate me, but I have to speak the truth. I always got to speak the truth. Even when it makes me look bad and hateful. President Trump, coming up next.
President Trump is speaking here at what appears to be a construction site. Let's listen in.
As you know, we've redone the colonnade, going to the Oval Office. We put the black granite down, and now we're out here. So for 50 years, more than that, they've wanted to have a heliport, but nobody knew how to go about it. And we are building a great heliport. It's donated by Sikorsky, by the helicopter company, because we have helicopters that can't even land here. They have brand new helicopters that were bought a long time ago, manufactured and recently arrived. And they couldn't land on the grass because the power is so great of the engines that the grass would get ripped up. They tried it, and the grass was literally scattered all over the place. And I don't mean it was burned a little bit on top. I mean it was dirt, and the grass was all over the place. So they've been trying to build a heliport, meaning a pad, for more than 50 years. And we had it designed. Again, it was paid for by the company that manufactures the helicopters. We didn't pay any money for it. This is different. This is the road for the White House, and that was done through donations, including donations from me. And you can see the kind of granite this is. This granite has a million-year life. It's a very strong stone. It will never break. It will never leak. It will never do anything. This is the highest quality stone you can get. And especially for something like this, it's rated a million-year plus. That means it has a million-year life. Can you imagine that? It's 35,000 pounds per square inch. If you look at hard concrete is 5,000 pounds. This is 35,000. So nature is stronger than what the human can produce. It's really pretty amazing. It comes from California, from a quarry in California, and it's a very special stone. This is also used. This carries on out into the helipad. The pad is out there now. It's very close to being finished. The hard work is done. The beautiful work is finished. They're putting the granite top on. And the granite top says, "The seal of the United States of America." That's the exact term. If you look at the seals of the presidents, the seal of the President of the United States of America, meaning the president is in the White House. This is for many presidents. This is for many presidents. They will have it for a long time. The other thing we could do, if you notice, we took it up and redid one aspect because we had a lot of slope on it, and I felt it was too much slope. It's a slope for the rain, but I felt it was too much slope. So rather than doing it and not really having it the way it should be, because that will be used for other things, greeting visitors and lots of other things when helicopters aren't landing. It's now dead flat. We actually put a 1/2 of 1 degree slope so the rain gets off, but I didn't want to have the slope that they had. They had a slope that would have been like for a waterfall, not for rain. And so we, before we put the letters down, we lifted it and made it dead flat. Sort of reminded me of the Woolman Rink in Central Park. So it starts here, and this goes into the entrance of the White House, and this is pure white granite, very high quality, and the highest quality. And again, when you hear that 35,000 pounds per square inch, that's really powerful stone. That stone that if you took a hammer and you started hammering right now, all day long, you would not see where you hammered. I don't care how strong you are. You wouldn't see a mark on it, literally. That's the kind of power it is. So it's the kind of thing that should have been done. It's also 4 inches thick. Normally you'd get 1 inch or 1.5 inches. It's 4 inches thick. It makes it much more powerful because it's the White House. And this comes through contributions, donations from numerous people, including me. And now we're going to walk over and we're going to see. This goes equidistant on the other side. And right over there, if you notice, is where the ballroom and military complex will be. And the military complex is going to have a drone-proof roof. And you're going to have, on top of the roof, you're going to have drones, many drones, which will protect Washington, D.C., and will protect the White House. Very important. So let's take a look at the helipad, and we'll walk together if you'd like. Cutouts here are meant for stanchions. It's stainless steel. So they take that piece up, and they put a stanchion right here, because a lot of people, they have events. And over the years, they've just put stanchions here. They never had any place to put it. And so what you do is you take that in and you put a stainless steel pole and you have a stanchion. You have a rope line or whatever you might call it. And we picked the exact location where they've had it, but they were never able to do much with it because they weren't able to secure it. We put the stainless steel pieces in, they take it off, they put in a stainless steel rod, and they put the rope. I think before we go in, you might take a look at the facade of the White House. The facade was in very bad touched before, other than some paint slopped on it. And we took it down to the basic. We took it down to the base. And again, we're talking about 1792. Much of this is up from 1792. There haven't been that many additions. And if you take a look at the stone, look how perfect the stone is. If you would have looked at it, if you notice, some people notice, I noticed it every time I walked in. I noticed it 15 years ago when I came to the White House. I said, boy, the face of the building is in very, very bad shape. Big chips out of it, broken stone. It was in very bad shape, and you can see it now. That's just a temporary cover for shade for the workers because it's so hot. But the canopy will go back on. So you look at the stone, look at the columns, how perfect they are. They were so bad that when you looked up, you'd say, boy, those things are in bad shape. They had literally chunks of stone out of them missing. And now they're really in flawless condition. So it's very good. Very proud to do it. Enjoy it, and very proud to do it. Again, you have the facade, and this goes down here. The facade of the building connects in here. And the helipad, I think you'll be very excited to see. It's really something very, very special. Come on over here. This is a path leading with the same exact granite, very strong granite. You'll never see a crack in this granite. I will go on the line. So in 10 years, if you see a crack, you'll say, well, Trump just said you'll never see a crack. You'll never see a crack on this granite. This is very, I guess nothing's indestructible, but it's pretty close. It's really high quality. Again, this was all black asphalt that was in terrible shape. And asphalt only lasts for a season. It doesn't last very long, especially when it gets this kind of use. And so it would have literally potholes and cracks all over it. Not appropriate for the White House.
Wait, it's gonna
on over here. So this is all brand new grass. The grass was in terrible shape. And we have a great man that works here for 54 years, Dale. And he said, you know, it'd be nice to be able to change the grass. You know, grass has a life like humans have a life. And this is all going to be right now. It's put in. If you come back in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's in shock. But you come back in 2 or 3 weeks. This has all been redone. It's all been topsoiled. In other words, we put topsoil, brand new earth on top. Very, you know, very, lot of good ingredients in that earth for grass. If you're grass, you're very happy. And this grass will look so beautiful. If you remember, it had big sunken areas in here, and it was pretty bad. It was in bad shape. But this grass is the highest quality. It was given free of charge by Scott's Miracle Grow, Scott's. And Scott's is a great company. They actually contributed to my campaign. I must be honest, you'll figure that one out. And they said to me, sir, we'd like to replace the grass at the White House with the highest quality grass and do a real job. So Scott's, I want to thank Scott's Miracle Grow. It's I think the biggest grass company in the world, somebody said, but it's very big and very good. And the owners are fantastic people. And I want to thank them. So this side, they just started putting it down. If you can see, this will be happening over here too. As you remember, I donated the flagpoles, one on each side, because the White House didn't really have an appropriate American flag. It had a small one on top. We left that, but it didn't have an appropriate American flag. And this is a great pole. This is the top of the line. It's tapered. This isn't a straight up and down job, which looks terrible, frankly. That's a tapered pole. Great. I'm very good at flagpoles. So we have the flagpole, we have the grass, we have the entrance. And again, this is mostly going to be for helicopters, a lot of use. You know, when they landed a helicopter, every time they landed it, people would have to go outside with steel pads, put them down. They were just the size of one of these slabs, and put them down and hope the helicopter was able to land them. The good thing about Marine One is the helicopter division of the White House, essentially. The good thing is the pilots are the best pilots in the world. We have the best plane pilots, so we have the best helicopter in the world. They take them from the various services, the Army, they take them from the Air Force, the Marines, the best pilots. So they never had a problem landing them, but it was not a good situation. And with the bigger helicopters, the more powerful helicopters, literally this grass would be ripped out by its roof and by its roots. And in one landing, the entire grass was gone. So what they did is when a president would be flown to the White House, they used different helicopters. I said, that's a pretty expensive way of doing it. So now with the helipad, we won't have any problem with the grass. Yeah, please.
You're talking about all the construction out here and certainly the ballroom project. What is your plan if the Supreme Court rules against that?
Well, we hope that doesn't happen. I can't imagine it happening. The lawsuit the person had no standing. It was a person said she walked along and she didn't like the view, even though nothing was built. A person that didn't like it and never even saw a rendering of it. We've gotten tremendous architectural reviews. It's beautiful. The woman has absolutely no standing, according to according to every analyst that I've seen, legal analyst. And it's a lawsuit that should have never been even allowed to be brought. But hopefully we'll do very well with it. We had a great ruling from a very highly respected judge, as you know, and hopefully the Supreme Court will agree with that ruling.
And when do you expect the helipad to be open?
This will be open within, could be, it would be good if it was. I took an extra week to lift it. Again, what it was is it sloped, quite substantially this way, because what we'll have here is people will get out. They'll have, when it's good weather, in addition to helicopters, you'll see the surface is incredible. All of these letters are hand carved and put into the black stone, which is also about 35,000 pounds per square inch. You'll see the quality of the work. You have to look when you get up there. Look at the quality of the letters and the quality of the cut. How it's 1/10 of an inch around the entire. It's really, these are done. These people are brilliant. artists, really.
Can you still do a state arrival ceremony?
Oh, yeah, now you can do a much better state. This will be much better for state arrival. And in fact, instead of being on grass now, they'll be using that almost like a table. They can have events on it. They can have people go there for cocktails and then walk to the ballroom after that's finished. We can have really incredible. This is unbelievable for state. Without even having to go into the White House, they get out of the car on the beautiful new roadway. They get out of the car and they walk down this path onto that, and they can have cocktails and everything outside of the White House, and then they go into the ballroom. Even the military, they can use it like that, and we have the ballroom is so much a military component with the drones and the bomb shelters and everything else that we have in there. So it's really, that started off as a ballroom. And before we started work, the military came to see me and they say, sir, we have an opportunity to do something incredible here. And we've been trying to do it for 100 years, but we've never had an opportunity like that. So I had to make that decision. And I said, look, go ahead, design what you want. And that goes down 5 stories. It goes down almost 65 feet.
What's in those 5 stories?
Well, I'm not allowed to discuss that, but a lot of very detailed stuff. That's why bringing the lawsuit was very unfortunate, because most people didn't know that. Now they do know that. They shouldn't have known that. And I told that to the it's called the National Trust for Historic Preservation of the United States. It's not associated with the United States. The United States doesn't even donate to it because they don't agree with it, because they made fools out of themselves over the years. But I said to them, if you do this, you'll file it in court and people will see what we're doing, and the enemy shouldn't be allowed to see it. They didn't care about that because they don't care about the country. Okay, come on over here. Nice job, fellas. Does anybody know the word media? This is serious media. And you guys are doing a great job. Sorry to take an extra week and a half, but lifting it up was one of the best things we've ever done, right? Lifting it up, right? Thank you, Jared. I knew you didn't like that, but and it still rains. I watched it. There's enough rain. But the lifting it up was a big element. We're going to use this for a lot of different things. So this is a helipad at the highest level. It can land any helicopter in the world, no matter how big, no matter how powerful, no matter how strong. I was explaining for the construction people, I was explaining how when the new big Sikorskys landed, the grass was completely wiped out. Yeah, come on over here, fellas. The grass was, fellas, come on over here. Come on. And I just want to say they've done a fantastic job. So if you take a look from the media standpoint, you look at the lettering and you look at the joints, they're like flawless. The exact, like 1/10 of an inch. And it's the exact same size. Right? These are real artists. Where's Brett? Here. I don't want to give him too much credit, and I don't want a lot of people using him, so I'm not going to even mention his name. I'll just say his name is Brett. Because I don't want other people, because we got a lot of work to do, and I want you to stay here. I'm not looking for you to go to other jobs, okay? But the job he's done, he's an artist, Brett Rugo. He's an artist, and when you see in the middle, they're doing the eagle of the United States of America. That's what's in the process, and I guess that's what I'm signing right here. That's the head. So they're doing, this is the head of the eagle, and that'll be flipped over, and it'll be amazing.
So we have a rendering of what you signed.
Oh, good.
Right there.
Well, there it is.
I was just set yesterday.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Wow. This is going to look incredible from the air and from every place. And again, this is going to be used for a lot of different celebrations, a lot of different big meetings where, as an example, President Xi is coming in a little while, a couple of weeks. And we didn't plan to have this done, but it's gone so well. I delayed them a week with the lift, but that's okay. That was a good delay. That was a very good delay. But President Xi is coming. Other heads of state will come, and we can do this all outside. Nice weather like today. And this was not a scheduled press conference, but I thought it's so good what we're doing people should see, because the White House was in terrible condition. Some of these men worked on the facade of the White House, along with the Department of Interior. Doug Burgum has been fantastic. But they worked on the facade of the White House. And if you look at it now, if you would have looked at it 6-7 months ago, you would have been embarrassed. If you looked at it like I do, I look at it, everything, you know, I'm a real good developer. And frankly, it used to make me sick to look at how horrible the condition was, where the stone was broken. The columns had big chips in them, a foot long, and it was terrible. And now it's perfect. It's perfection. And I think you can see that pretty much right, even from this distance. You can see it. We made life much more comfortable for the people upstairs, too. Equipment is all modern and the top of the line. You know who I'm talking about. So it's great. But this was very exciting. And interestingly, I received zero criticism. It was shocking, because I'm used to criticism. But then after we open, I always get praise. A lot of times I get criticism, and then when they see the final product, they say, that was great. This will be the greatest military complex / ballroom anywhere in the world. There won't be anything like it. You know, when I was in China, they have the great room. They have a room that's phenomenal. And I'm not going to get into arguments with anybody, but this beats everything. There's nothing like this anywhere in the world. And they've wanted the ballroom aspect of it for 150 years. They've wanted the military aspect. I would say it started about 75 years ago. And you can't go under this building because it's fragile, but you can go under new construction. That's when the generals came to see me, and the military's been incredible. And we hated to have to reveal some of the things that we reveal. But I said to this fake National Trust, it's a fake deal. But I said to them, if you sue, they're going to learn things about that building that, frankly, they should know. But they sued anyway because they don't give a damn about the country. And that's going to be one of the greatest structures. They were saying there's more rebar in that building than in the stadium that I think you guys are already building. Is that right?
There's an extreme amount of rebar.
Yeah.
More than we would need. A lot of things.
Well, it's for strength.
Exactly.
It's never too much.
Yes, sir.
It can take about anything in terms of the power and the strength. I was explaining about the stone outside. 25 to 35,000 pounds per square inch, and there's no concrete you can, no matter what. Concrete, you get a really powerful concrete, it's just a tiny fraction of that in terms of strength. So this is the real deal. They finally have the heliport. I guess it started about 50 years ago. They've been trying to get a heliport built, and I said, we got to do it. That's what I do good, that's what you guys do well. Jared is the head of Clark, and he's done a fantastic job. Thank you for both projects. We appreciate it. Your people are fantastic. So we're ahead of schedule on this. We're ahead of schedule on that. And we're ahead of schedule on just fixing the building. The building is, it's unbelievable what's taken place in a short period of time. This building was falling apart. It's falling apart. Like buying a building in New York City that's in bad shape and putting it back together. That's what I used to do. I did it better than anybody, I think. But that's what I did. You see the palm court, that was done by Jackie O. And it has tiles, 1x1 tiles that were very old, but not that old. They were like 20 years old. They weren't all the way back. She put a better floor, but it broke. And we put in the finest marble that you can get. It's called Statuario. It's beautiful. The white with the black, and it's book match. And everybody walks into that room, they say, wow, that's something. That's some difference, right, Steve, between what you had there. You had 1x1 tiles from a box. You buy it from any store, and they flipped them in, and they were all broken. And even in my first term, I noticed, I said, you know, it's embarrassing when people come through that room and then go to the Oval Office. But we also fixed the Oval Office. The Oval Office was in very bad shape, so in many ways. So thank you all for being here. So I'm going to be signing this. Where do you want me to sign it? Over there? You tell me what to do. Okay? Good. Wow. So this is the back piece. This won't be revealed. This is the back of the eagle's head. This is the eagle exact of the, you look how fine that's cut. When you see it, you won't even believe it. And from the air, it looks so beautiful. But this is the back of the piece, and they flip it and they put it down. So nobody will see that unless in 400, 500 years they start taking it apart. So probably nobody will see it, I guess. Actually, I hope nobody ever sees it, because there's only one reason they'd see it. But I think I'd like to sign it, and I'd like to have some of the main construction guys like yourselves and some of your top guys sign it. We can sign this whole piece. Then we're going to put the coins. These are special coins we had. And we're going to put coins along with it. We may put a couple facing up in some area where you have concrete that's wet. I don't know if you have any of those areas. I'm not sure that you do.
Some right there for us.
But you could put one of these into the concrete facing up so people see it, because you're not going to find nicer. So they're going to take some of these coins, which are somewhat different. These are coins that, like I gave to the young man the lifeguard who saved the young boy, because he was truly a hero. And these will go like that. These are 3 different coins, all different. Like that, and like that. They're going to be flipped. But I think they're so beautiful that if we find a place on this whole big pad, we could put a few of them facing upward, right? It'd be pretty cool, right? Okay. I'm going to ask some of my people to sign this also. I know I'm supposed to sign it, but they've done such a good job. It's such an exciting project. You know, it's a no-story building, but it's as exciting as if you're building a building. And again, they've wanted this for many, many years. The happiest people are the pilots. As great as they are, they say it's great not to be landing on wood or on a piece of steel that they put out for 10 minutes. They literally put it out and then take it away as soon, and it was very heavy, and they take it away. They don't have to do that anymore. Okay. I hope this is a good one. This had better be a good one, even though in theory, I don't know if anyone's ever going to see it again. Right? That's a beautiful cut. Hey, maybe we should reverse it. Let it stay up. I like it better than what's on the other side. That's pretty great, huh? Oh, that's good. That looks pretty good. I think we should use this side. We're using the wrong side. We're flipping it. What do you think? Can we use this?
Looks to be a good, great signal.
Isn't that good? I'll tell you what's. That's good. Come on, Brett, sign this.
Where would you like me to sign?
Anywhere you want. Better be under my name. No, I'm only.
I'll put it under your name.
Right on.
Okay.
Nice. Talented guy. Jared, come on. Give it as Clark Construction, head of Clark. Come on over here, Dan. Go and get your long-term. We have to get your long-term employee.
Tell Dave.
Come on, Dave. Get over here. Come on over here. Sir, go ahead. That's our fancy. That looks like Don Trump Jr. Just, he gives a line. I say, you can't do that. Okay. I'd like to have a couple of the guys in the military. Where are they? What's the best? Come on over. Get over. What a job you've done. Even though your work has been totally exposed now because of a stupid lawsuit. These are the military people. They've been unbelievable. Tell them that's the strongest structure I think ever put up. That structure is the most powerful because it's needed for bad purpose. It's really bad purpose if they have to ever use it. But if you look at that, those are called shear walls. And they're of the greatest strength concrete. And the steel goes in, but that keeps all the steel from twisting and turning. Normally you'd never use a thing like that, but for purposes of the drone port and everything else, we needed it. Come on over here, Todd. Get over here. You think you're going to get away? He's been fit. This guy's fantastic. Is Dale here?
Dale's around.
Huh? I can get Dale. Okay, well, we'll do it later then. So it's very exciting, and I think we'll be here for a long time. This will be here long after we're gone. No matter what happens with the world, this is not moving. This will take any kind of shot. But it's something we really needed badly for the helicopters. But we get a secondary use, and that's we can have some beautiful events here, including the greeting of people from foreign countries. They'll be very impressed. Right now, they're not impressed when they see coming in on asphalt, and they're not impressed. It was never very impressive, but they're going to go the opposite. And one of the reasons, by the way, for the last number of years, no tents have been used, because tents are very dangerous. Tents are made out of plastic or canvas, and they don't stop even the smallest of ammunition or bullets, not even the smallest. Ours will stop. You take AK-47s, you take the most powerful, it laughs at it. It laughs at it. I was saying to one of the military guys, how does it do with an AK-47? He goes, up, meaning it can take a lot more, including drones. So I thought this would be a little different kind of a news conference, but I found out the guys were showing me this. We were going to sign this privately and just put it in. I said, this is something I think the press should see, and I hope you liked it. It's going to be finished. What do you think? What do you think, Jared?
We'll make it the 21st before the state.
21st? Oh, yes, sir. So we might make it for presidency? That would be great. If we did this by the 21st, he's coming the 20th. That'd be nice. Not imperative, but it would be very nice to have it done. It's pretty amazing to do it that quickly. Thank you all very much. Go have a good time. I think it's a great story, and these people are a big part of that. So all these workers, I've watched them from windows, and they are working at 6 in the morning till 12 o'clock in the night. Same thing with the military complex right over here. They're working from 6:30 in the morning is late. If they get at 6:30, that's like almost late, and they work till 11:30, 12 o'clock every night. That's why you see it going up so fast and so properly. But I want to give a lot of credit to the construction crews, because there's nobody like them. There's nobody like them. Great job. You've done fantastic. Thank you, everybody, very much. Thank you.
Are you exchanging written letters with Kim Jong-un?
I can't tell you that.
And are you hoping?
But I get along with him, right? And you know what? The fact that I get along with him, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. He has 57 very powerful nuclear weapons. Should have never allowed it to happen. They should have never allowed it. If I were president, I wouldn't have allowed it. But he's got them. I get along with him very well. I can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And I know Kim Jong-un very well, and he's going to be fine. As long as we have a smart president, he's going to be fine. If we have a dumb president, then he's probably not going to be so fine.
Are you expecting to meet with him later this year?
Yeah, I will be.
Mr. President, today is about American production. Can you give us any update on your negotiations with Canada for a trade deal?
Yeah, we had a very good conversation with the Prime Minister last night, and we've come to a deal with Canada. As you know, the 50% tariffs across the board were going on against Canada today, and they called yesterday and they gave us the points that we had to have. Very fair deal for both. The tariffs will be non-existent for our farmers. Our farmers were paying tremendous tariffs into Canada, and those tariffs are going to be totally eviscerated, down to zero.
Is the U.S. going to lower tariffs on Canadian autos or
We're doing certain things. We're got to give something, and we're doing certain things. They were paying a high number. We're reducing it a little bit. It's good for everybody. But our farmers are going to be thrilled. Our manufacturers are going to be thrilled. And basically, we have no tariffs going into Canada anymore. Canada was charging us tremendous tariffs. We no longer have any tariffs. And what I was able to do is we put, as you know, under the new tariff, I guess you'd call it the new tariff schedules that we came out with. They were going to get a 50% tariff on everything starting today. And we've held it back 3 days. It's all subject to finalization of documents. So subject to the finalization of documents, we have a deal with Canada. And I think it's a very good deal for both parties. It's great for our farmers. Our farmers will no longer be held up because they were being hurt very badly by Canada. Yeah? The Strait, last night we had a lot of boats come through. We have possession, complete control of the Strait. I mean, outside of nuisance value, and there is nuisance value when they shoot a drone every once in a while, and not everybody's going to go through, but they come through. And over the last couple of weeks, we've had a lot of oil coming out. A lot of oil. It's not going to be perfect, but it's a lot of oil coming out. A lot. In fact, people are amazed. One of the reasons that oil hasn't gone to like the proverbial $300 a barrel, it's at 83, 84, 85. And it'll be a lot lower when this is over because we have plenty of oil. But one of the reasons it never went to the 3 and 350 numbers because we do. We have a lot coming out. And people are finding alternatives too. And you know one of the alternatives? Texas. You know another one? Alaska. Louisiana. They're coming to the United States to get oil. And people say, oh, you shouldn't say that because it makes it sound, well, it is what it is. I mean, they're coming to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to get oil.
Mr. President,
about what?
Reopen negotiations.
Maybe at some point, but right now, I think the situation is so good, but maybe at some point. Look, it's very simple. They have to get rid of no nuclear weapons. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. You know why? Because they'd use it. And we're not going to let them use it. So Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they won't. Thank you very much. I'm glad you came out. Thank you.
The greatest POTUS the United States has ever had. What an amazing project. You know, if it was up to the libtards, the White House would just be falling apart and no money would be used to renovate or to make it even better. You know what's embarrassing to me? Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum traveling to the G summits on a commercial plane. Embarrassing. Listen, you and I, sure. The president taking off her jacket, getting checked for metal, for weapons. Go ahead, Jose. Tell me about Alberta from Canada. Tell me what you libtards are doing that Alberta wants to secede from Canada. You retards. Everywhere you go, you just destroy everything, don't ya? I can tell by the way you think. But you see, when the President of the United States of America goes somewhere, the presence, the power of the United States of America is felt. I guarantee you, President Trump walks in the room, you shit your pants. You can think you're courageous and you're going to yell and say all these things to him. At the moment you have him in your face, you will piss your pants. And there's nothing you can do about it. There is nothing you can do about it. All I can tell you is, it's about time somebody has the brains, not just the balls, maybe the little ones, but they're very, very, very heavy balls, and the brains to look at the White House and say, this represents the United States of America. This represents where the leader of the great American people sits. Not a king. We vote them in. Nobody said, let's make this ballroom bigger, because we are now getting more popular than ever. And more leaders and more people are coming in to the White House. Libtards, they live in a third world country mentality. Let's just pack the bus. People hanging out the windows, people hanging out the doors. Libtards. The great American spirit looks at buses. Let's make them bigger, wider, longer, so that people are not crowded in them. Third world mentality. Let's cram everybody in there like sardines. Everybody's all crammed up in the Oval Office. Texas, everything is big in Texas. You know what I'm saying? I've been wanting to go take a little trip and visit Texas just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. As a matter of fact, very soon, hopefully, very soon, I'll be able to drive all the way from Florida to Arizona, which means that I am going to be going through a little piece of Texas. The northern part, I think. That's where the I-40 goes through, right? I think. Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I've been looking. By the way, President Trump is coming back. I've been looking at presidents fly in Marine One and land on the grass. Why is there not a helipad in the White House? Many presidents have been to the presidency. Not one says, hey, you know what? Sometimes we hold a press conference here. How about we put some concrete so that the people that are out here don't get their shoes all muddy? They're still thinking 250 years ago. That is the libtard mentality. They don't think about improvements. They don't know how to make improvements. All they know how to do is waste money. To me, making sure that the United States of America is represented in the right way, is money well spent, just like making the budget of our military force a lot bigger than what it is right now. I would push for $2 trillion budget for our military. All we got to do is make sure that that we're not getting ripped off on building materials, etc. Now, here's one thing that you people on the left, I hate the negativity all the time from the left. Everybody says we're depleting our ammunitions, like we're going to tell the world exactly how much ammo we have. But not one of you guys have brought up the new technology that is being built. You probably don't even know. You probably don't even know. I'm going to tell you, that is nothing. That's pocket change for the United States of America. Shut the hell up, Jose. Keep your nose and your ass in Canada where it belongs. Again, you didn't say shit about Alberta. You kept your mouth shut. Now shut the hell up. Let me know if you want to stick around or if you want to go. West Side! Oh, man. You know, I always got to ask. It's just a simple question. I don't know why people don't understand, but I need to know.
I got a question because I really need to know. Do you ever get tired of being a bitch ass nigga? A hoe ass nigga. A hoe ass nigga. A pussy ass nigga. When are you gonna grow up and act your big old age? You's a lame ass nigga. A weak ass nigga.
Woo! Oh, man. Peace out, libtards. Get the hell out of here if you don't like it.
Acknowledge me!
Oh, boy. That is LeBron's song, baby. You know, that is LeBron's song. That is correct. That is correct. Oh, man. Just for you, Brian.
I got a question because I really need to know. Do you ever get tired of being a bitch ass nigga? A hoe ass nigga. A hoe ass nigga. A pussy ass nigga.
Do you get tired? Oh, man. Anyways, man, you know, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, man, just move along, bro. You don't stress yourself. If you want to be part of our family, if you want to be part of our team, if you want to be part of the patriots who actually put Americans first before illegal immigrants, who actually protect our children and do not want them mutilated by the leftist, crazy, demonic people, you are welcome in this channel. Stick around. If you believe everything on the policies of the Democrats, you are on the wrong channel. You should just stick with your people. I want people with morals. I want people that have actual common sense. I want people that really believe that this is a country of greatness and that they really love this country. Everybody else, you all can just go suck a big one. You know what I'm saying? Go on now. First of all, go seek some help, but then you got to go get a hot dog. Go do something. Go see if the pigs have already laid their eggs. Check it out. Go check it out. Go over there, and when you find out if the pigs have laid their eggs, please come back and join us with common sense arguments. Mr. Teddy, how are you doing today, sir? Oh, man, I got a message. You know, there is a Scott Norris, which is a fantastic guy, but Steve Norris,
you's a lame-ass nigga. Oh, weak-ass nigga.
That's you, Steve Norris. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. You pussies. Every man that supports the left, you guys are all a bunch of pussies. Just want to let you know that. Go and shave and take care of that bushy mangina that you have. When you do that and you learn what a woman is, come back and give us your opinions. Until then, shut the hell up. Here we go. President Trump is now indoors. And, well, let's go ahead and continue. This live just started just a few minutes ago. And now we're going to catch up. Here we go. Steve. Hey, Steve. Listen, when you come in here, you have to know one thing. If you are a libtard or a moron with no common sense, we have no choice but to say goodbye and sayonara. You might think it's a fake laugh, but I've been holding this laugh for a very long time. Oh, man, you know, I'm going to tell you guys, man. I'm going to tell you guys, listen, I really, you know, this morning, right before I started my show this morning, I was like, okay, you know, last night, I had GTO, okay? GTO called in, you know, he's talking all this shit on the chat, so I said, call me, okay? Now, he's a veteran. He's a confused veteran, but he's a veteran. He didn't fight for the American people. This is what he said. I just did what I did, meaning he didn't fight for valor. He didn't fight for honor. He didn't fight for his countrymen, whether they were right or wrong. He didn't fight for the United States of America. He just did it for a selfish, plain reason of, I just did what I did. And that, my friends, lost my respect for his service. You see? I also made an oath. May not be a military oath, but if I had to defend this country from any type of invasion, I'm going to fuck some people up before I go. One of the things that you have to understand is this. I've been ready to go a long time ago. Lord knows I want to be with him again. You can make me a martyr. Fantastic. Thank you so much. This is what Charlie Kirk has become to all of us, a martyr. The man was righteous. The man had the courage to tell the truth, even disagreed with Israel in some things. But nonetheless, he never stopped supporting Israel. And that's what you do when you're in the family, when you're in the friends. See, nobody's perfect. And the one thing that I will tell you is this. I will always stand with Israel because I believe that Israel is doing a lot for the United States of America. Now, I will say this. All the Jews who are against Israel, it's no surprise to me. You crucified Jesus Christ. It's not surprise to me. You're sellouts. You're a bunch of pussy Jews. Traitors to your country, to your God. I said it. Bunch of pussies. You think we don't know? You are the descendants of those who killed the Messiah. Now, it was meant to be. And you better repent or you ain't going to heaven. Interestingly enough, you same traitor Jews, the same Jews who are betraying Israel right now, you pussy-ass fools, voting for communist Muslims, the most retarded thing I ever heard in my life, and you call yourselves a Jew. Puh! I spit on you pussies. Because that's how you like to insult people, don't you? You spit on people. Well, you get some spit on you. Turn from your evil ways. Damn, that was deep. I apologize. I went on a trance right there. I went on a trance. Not transgender, on a trance. I have an accent. I'm a trance. You know, like I was in the zone, so to speak. Yeah. Yeah. I remember the first Jew I have ever met in my life. When he told me he was from Israel, and I got so excited, I was like, oh man, that's fantastic. He said, fuck Israel. Whoa. 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 I know Honduras has a lot of crime. I know Honduras has a corruption in government. I get all that. I will never say fuck Honduras. What kind of person does that? What kind of person does that? And here we are today. The libtards that come in here, they hate America. American citizens hating America. It is the same demon, the same spirit. See, it's everywhere. I'm not a religious man. I don't practice religion, so just so you know. But I am a believer. I believe in always confessing that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. He is the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. Now, you don't like my language? I don't give a shit. If you ever had a bad thought in your brain, in your mind, if you ever thought about calling somebody a bad name or maybe a racist slur, guess what? That makes you a hypocrite. Because unless you never think or say any bad words, you shouldn't say shit to anybody that says bad words. Oh, man. You know, it is what it is. All right, President Trump, go ahead and continue, sir. You honor us by being our president.
Okay, it's a serious group of people here. If you're into the world of finance like I am, I love finance. There's a who's who with us today. It's amazing that you don't know some of these people, but anybody in finance knows every one of them, and I want to thank them for being here today. We're delighted to welcome some of our nation's brightest minds in finance, crypto, and technology ahead of the first ever meeting of the CFTC's Innovation Advisory Committee in Washington, D.C. This is a group of very smart people that are on a committee to recommend what we do. Right, Paul? They're going to be telling us a little bit, but I think Paul knows maybe more than anybody. He's doing a great job. We're all happy with Paul, I think, right? He's been absolutely fantastic. Crypto markets and the prediction markets and conventional finance to decentralized finance. The people in this room are ensuring that the future of commercial markets is pioneered and perfected right here in the USA. We're fighting a lot of other countries to control these markets and to have these markets and to profit and all the jobs and everything else created. And we're doing well. We're leading in every aspect, including AI. And we're leading by a lot. And we want to keep it that way. I want to thank the chairman of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, Mike Selick, for his tremendous leadership. And come here. Thank you, Mike. I didn't recognize you from so close. And thanks as well to a very special man, a man that everybody respected for a long time,
Yeah, he's the man I wanted to do this job, head of the SEC. Chairman Paul Atkins, who's also doing an outstanding job in everything else he touches. He's doing a lot of things for the country, so I want to thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. We're also pleased to be joined by Executive Director of the President's Council with advisors with the digital asset. All of the digital assets are all put into one, Patrick Witt, and many other top industry leaders, including Coinbase. Where's Brian? Brian Armstrong, CEO. He's one of the greats. Where is he? Where are you? Oh, you look well. You get much younger. You look good. CEO of International and Intercontinental Exchange, Jeff Sprecher. One of the things, a little thing called the New York Stock Exchange. He owns a thing called the New York Stock Exchange. Quite a nice asset, right?
Yes, it is.
CEO of NASDAQ, Adina Friedman. Thank you very much, Adina. Great job you're doing. CEO of Robinhood, Vlad Tenev. Thank you, Vlad. Nice to see you. And CEO of Kraken, Arjun Sethi. And thank you very much, wherever you are. Thank you very much. Great group of people. We also have some others here that we wanted them. Where's Mike, co-founder of CEO of CTO and president of BitGo, which is a big deal in the world of that thing, that little thing that's happening out there. And Brad Garlinghouse, CEO of Ripple. Brad? Thank you very much, Brad. Sergey Nazarov, co-founder of Chainlink Labs. Thank you very much. Good, Sergey. Good job. Arjan, you're here. Arjan?
I'm still here.
You're here? You haven't left? Peter Smith is here, and Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss are tremendous people, tremendous investors, brilliant people. Chris Dixon is here. And I think I've sort of got anybody I didn't mention, by the way. Pretty much got the whole group. Good. They gave me 4 sets of lists, and that's always a little complex. You never want to say one more than 3 times. Under the crooked Joe Biden administration, the spirit of innovation that built America was under serious attack like never before. And nowhere was that more true than crypto and other new financial technologies, where we were going to be taken to the cleaners by China and other countries. The radical left tried to crush these developments with crippling regulations, brutal restrictions, weaponization. They used weaponization, political weaponization, and constant targeting that drove innovation overseas, and they wanted to drive it out. And at the end of toward the end of the campaign, if you remember, they decided they liked it very much because there were over 100 million people that were liking Trump a lot more because I was in favor of it. They were against it, and they became very much in favor of it. But by that time, it was too late. And besides, those days are all over. That was a terrible period of time for a lot of very good, very honorable financial people. On day one, we fired Joe Biden's rogue SEC chair, Gary Gensler. I think we like Paul better. Do we agree? We like Paul better? Number one, he's smarter. He's also smarter, by the way. But we fired him. We got him the hell out of here. We terminated the so-called Operation Choke Point 2.0, which is what the name of their operation was, weaponization. And we ended the war on crypto once and for all. And it's been booming. It's been doing big. And nobody's been able to break in. China would like to break in. They're still trying, but they have been able to. I signed a historic executive order banning any attempt to create a central bank digital currency. We launched Project Crypto to modernize rules so that our financial markets can move into blockchain technology. I established the United States Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, making Bitcoin a permanent asset of the United States Treasury, which has turned out incredibly well. I also created the United States Digital Asset Stockpile to hold custody of all other digital assets, and that's exactly what it's done. It's been amazing. 1 year ago this summer, I signed landmark legislation known as the Genius Act. I named it after myself. I didn't want to use my name, so I just called it the Genius Act, paving the way for widespread adoption of dollar-backed stablecoins. And that's worked out very well. Every single American benefits enormously from our country's status as the financial center of the world, and we want to keep it that way. We're leading by leaps and bounds. We've gained so much in the last 16 months like nobody can believe, actually. Not only that, but we have more money being invested in the United States than any country at any time in history. Money's coming in by the trillions. Our nation's economic dominance drives trillions of dollars in investments, creates millions of jobs, and expands access, credit, and capital so that every citizen has a chance to achieve what we now hear a lot about, the American dream. Young people are looking for the American dream. They weren't thinking about that 2 years ago. New financial technologies are extending this American dominance into the 21st century, and that's why we're focused on creating a clear regulatory framework for pioneers and builders like the people that are with me here, so that they can do business with confidence on American soil. They don't have to go to other countries to do their business. We're ensuring that America remains the undisputed leader, not only in Bitcoin and crypto, but also technologies like prediction markets, artificial intelligence, and much more. And we're leading in every single one. And I will tell you, the AI, the artificial intelligence, we're way ahead of number two. Number two is China. And I never want to underestimate China, but right now we're way ahead. President Xi's coming on September 24th. We look forward to it. We'll probably be talking about AI and a lot of other things. But we're doing tremendously well, largely because of people and some other friends of ours that are on the board. And they'll be here in 2 weeks, I understand. In May, Chairman Selig authorized the first ever true Bitcoin perpetual futures contract on a CFTC registered exchange, first time. I understand that Mike is also working to bring hyperliquid into the United States in a fully compliant and legal fashion. It's working very hard on that. We would really like to see interest rates come down. You know, in the old days with interest rates, many of you are too young to know this, but when we announced good numbers, interest rates would go down. And the theory was because the asset value became so good, it became so prime. But now when we announce good numbers, which we're doing all the time, they keep driving the interest rates up because they're so afraid of inflation. And they shouldn't be. They should allow interest rates to go down. When you announce good numbers, you shouldn't drive them up. They keep thinking that we'll drive them up to stop inflation, because success and growth does not cause inflation. Other things cause inflation. We inherited the #1 inflation ever in the history of our country from Biden, and it lifted prices and everything else, and we're getting them all down. But interest rates should be allowed to fall with the success of our country, not rise because of the success. But we're also on the very beginning of a revolution in fictional and financial. You take a look at some of the things that are being done on a financial basis and the financial technology that's the potential to create more jobs, opportunity, and wealth for all Americans. And that's what it's doing. It's creating jobs and great wealth. And I think that can't be better seen by the stock market. So we've had 80 in a short period of time, a year and a half. We've had 80 days where the stock market hit all-time highs. I haven't looked today. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't look. I don't want to look. But I hear it's good. But we've had 80 days, Jeff, where the stock market has hit an all-time high, and nobody's ever seen anything like that. And I think bringing it down to another level, and maybe a higher level from the standpoint of importance, 401ks have hit record highs on almost 40% of the time that I've been president of the United States, and that affects tens of millions of people. The 401ks are at record numbers. So 2 years ago, our country was dead, and now our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's nobody close. No other country is close, and every country will admit it. So now we need Congress to take the next step by passing the Clarity Act, a fair version of the Clarity Act, and this landmark structure legislation. It's a very, very powerful structured legislation which will keep us ahead of China, keep us ahead of everyone else. Will open the door to the next wave of innovations and innovators. So I'd like to ask Chairman Selig to say a few words and a little bit of the details about what we're doing, and then we'll follow it up with Chairman Atkins and Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong, Intercontinental Exchange CEO Jeff Sprecher, Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenev, and Kraken CEO Arjan. So we have that all set, and let's get going. And you know what? If you want to speak for a very short period of time, that's okay too.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here with you and this exceptional group of business leaders. Thanks to your leadership, the era of political lawfare, debanking, and regulation by enforcement is over. Innovators like the people in this room are welcome to the White House, not railroaded to the big house. And the new frontier of finance is being built right here in the United States of America. From day one, this president has been clear. America will not fall behind and allow other countries to take its place as the greatest country on earth to build a new technology, operate a business, and invest for the future. The world will run on the backbone of American technology. Under President Trump's leadership, we've codified the Genius Act, established a strategic Bitcoin reserve, drawn a clear line in the sand between crypto securities and commodities, launched the first U.S. crypto perpetual, and protected the rights of software developers. We've exiled Gary Gensler, defeated the anti-crypto army, and made the United States the crypto capital of the world. I'm proud to be working with Secretary Lutnick in the Department of Commerce as well to make America the compute capital of the world. This may be the most important commodity of our day. Some call it digital oil, and America needs to dominate these markets to win the AI race. We've also protected federally regulated prediction markets from rogue state attorneys generals like Letitia James, who seek to nullify federal law and drive these markets offshore to unregulated and foreign venues. American dominance in the technologies that will define the future remains unmatched. We are truly in a golden age of American innovation. Now, the United States has a choice. We can either write the rules that define the next generation of financial markets, or we can let other countries write them for us. With Congress advancing the Clarity Act towards the finish line, we stand ready to implement the bill once the president signs it. But we'll use every tool available to move the president's pro-innovation agenda forward in the meantime. Tomorrow at the inaugural meeting of the CFTC's Innovation Advisory Committee, I look forward to sharing more details on our regulatory path forward. A path forward that provides greater certainty for innovators while reinforcing confidence in our markets for decades to come. This president has assembled an extraordinary team of entrepreneurs, builders, investors, and business leaders advising in government, like David Sachs, of course, and Patrick Witt. This real-world experience has already brought valuable perspectives into policymaking, and it will continue to pay dividends for the American people. Innovation depends on regulatory clarity. Clear rules create confidence, confidence attracts investment, and investment creates jobs, strengthens our markets, and keeps the world's best talent building here in America. Mr. President, thank you again for your leadership and for making American innovation great again. The work we're doing now to shape the future of our great nation will do measures for decades to come. Now, I'm honored to introduce the most pro-innovation, pro-free market SEC chairman in America's history, and it's not Gary Gensler, of course. It's Paul Atkins. So, Mr. Chairman, please.
Well, thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mr. President, for having us here today. From day one, you've made our nation's financial dominance and innovation job one. We at the SEC are delivering on your agenda. We're making IPOs great again, to continue on your theme, by cutting red tape that discourages companies from going public. Under your leadership, Mr. President, the IPO market is booming. Since Inauguration Day, 583 companies have gone public, and that's up 75% compared to the final year and a half of the Biden administration. And those companies have raised an impressive $208 billion, and that's nearly 4 times the amount raised during the final year and a half of the previous administration. So that's just not incremental progress. That is a turnaround. You've committed to making the United States the crypto capital of the world. And yesterday, the SEC, I'm proud to say, took another significant step to deliver on that. Our proposal, the crypto assets rule, would provide crypto entrepreneurs like those here in this room and job creators the certainty to raise capital in the United States using digital assets. This action is consonant with our belief that the most important priority is for Congress to send the Clarity Act to your desk for your signature. And the SEC is doing everything we can to support that work. So thank you again, Mr. President, for leading this nation to ensure that we continue to have the strongest markets in the world, to reshore innovation, and to welcome, yes, a whole new generation of investors through the Trump accounts. So under your leadership, we will make sure that the greatest advances of the technological frontier are right here in America. So thank you very much.
Well, this morning I was thinking back to the 2024 campaign where the president, I think, very astutely recognized there was millions of voters in the United States who felt disenfranchised by the prior administration. And he made a commitment at that time to make America the crypto capital of the world. And within weeks of taking office, delivered on that promise. And it started first with this executive order, which came out ordering the agencies in his administration to take steps in this direction. Shortly thereafter, appointed two of the most competent and pro-innovation regulators anywhere in the world, Chair Selig and Chair Atkins, and of course fired Gary Gensler. There was that big applause line at the Bitcoin conference, which was powerful. And of course, the Genius Act was another milestone just in the past year, along with the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, et cetera. And just this week, I have to commend Chair Atkins for publishing this new rule that allows crypto projects to raise capital in the US for the first time. There's clarity on that. And Chair Selig, we're excited to attend the advisory committee meeting tomorrow to make progress there. So an incredible amount of progress has been made, and I think what's most important next, of course, is this September 15th vote that we have with the Clarity Act. This would make all of the progress that this administration has made durable into the future, so it could survive for decades and decades to come. And make no mistake, there are folks out there who they want to see this legislation not happen, right? Maybe some of the big banks don't want the competition from crypto companies. Other banks are leaning in and have endorsed it, which I think is really powerful. And so if we all come together, I think we can get this bill over the finish line and hopefully get more than 60 votes come September 15th. Thank you.
And it's very bipartisan, I would say. So
very,
say that. Very much.
That is true.
A lot of Democrat support.
There's hundreds of pages of changes that have come in from the Democrat side as well. It's a true bipartisan compromise, and yeah, it's a great work product. So up next, I think, is Jeff Sprecher.
That's right.
Thank you. Mr. President, I just wanted to tell you that that your trade policies of fair trade to bring back jobs and businesses from overseas, your energy dominance policies to fuel the next generation of technology in the United States, your big, beautiful bill that created incentives for investments has led to the records that you're hearing about in our stock markets, the record number of IPOs. And as you know from working with my wife who works on private businesses, there's a record number of business formations in this country right now. So we're here to talk about how to evolve regulation so that we don't impede that progress. But one of the things I can tell you about the New York Stock Exchange is that it was formed at the time of our country. And so it, for 250 years, has been subject to every single financial services regulation that has ever passed in the United States, bar none. And so one of the things that I'm so thankful that you've done is put two really strong chairs in these seats and ask them to go through past legislation, regulation, and figure out what we can get rid of that no longer serves the interests of this country. And for that, I really appreciate that on behalf of the New York Stock Exchange.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, thank you for bringing us together and for your work to ensure the next generation of Americans has a stake in the country's economic success through the Trump accounts and many other things. Thank you also to Chair Selig, Chair Atkins, your administration, for the work underway to strengthen American capital markets and expand opportunity for all Americans. If I had to sum up Robinhood in one word, it would be ownership. Broad ownership is essential to a free, stable, and prosperous society. That belief has shaped pretty much every product we've built, from commission-free investing to 24-hour trading, and now outside the United States to tokenization, which we're using to expand ownership of American assets to people in more than 120 countries. Yet this innovation is reaching investors abroad before investors here back home. And the opportunity goes far beyond public markets. Tokenization will open up markets that have long been out of reach, including private companies. Today, too much economic value is being created before ordinary investors get a chance to participate. Expanding ownership also requires protecting investors. Innovation and investor protection aren't opposing goals. America became the world's capital markets capital by doing both, and the chairs here understand that. American companies are building this technology. American markets are powering it. American assets are also at the center of it. American investors should not be the last to benefit. We look forward to continue to work together to expand ownership, build the next generation of capital markets, and ensure America leads the way. Thank you.
Great job.
Arjun.
Hello, everyone. I was thinking about what I was going to say today. Most of the time, I don't speak too much, but the first time I met the president, he said, "What does your company do?" And I said, we're a startup. We move at warp speed. And the first thing he said is, "Why not at Trump speed?" So we started acting that way. Look, our mission at Kraken isn't about Kraken. Brian created Coinbase. Vlad here, you have ICE, NASDAQ. They created the world markets. And all we're trying to do is make sure that everyone in America has the ability to be able to succeed in the same way that we did. And that's essentially how we think about it. So our motto at Kraken has been fix money, we fix the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Greg. And if you have any questions, or if anybody else of this very distinguished, would somebody like to say something? My male models who happen to be genius, they're brilliant and they look good, right? But anybody, would you like to say something? Go ahead, please.
Just want to thank you, Mr. President, for all of your leadership. America should lead in crypto and win in markets like prediction markets. And with your leadership and your administration, you're helping America lead here and become the crypto capital of the world. So thank you very much. I just want to thank you, Mr. President, as well as Chairman Atkins and Chairman Selig for the great work that they're doing.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that what Chairman Selig and Chairman Atkins are doing and the President has enabled with his leadership is actually working. So if you look at stablecoin usage and adoption, it's increasing the usage and distribution of the US dollar at higher and higher levels than our industry has ever seen, specifically because of the Genius Act and the movement of more and more treasuries into stablecoins and therefore into more and more hands across the world. And now the tokenization of equities, thanks to Chairman Selig's and Chairman Atkins' great work and collaboration and actual work together rather than working against each other as before, is going to distribute US equities globally and increase the distribution of those. So, we power a lot of these applications and companies, so we know what the numbers actually are, and they're massively increasing because we have regulators and leadership that enables the success and distribution of these US-based assets. So there's actually a very real and tangible outcome that's really now benefiting the US and adoption of US-issued assets and the US dollar. So I just want to mention that it really is working and hitting all-time highs. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
So if you have any questions, we have a meeting next week with the AI people. The top people are coming in, so we can talk about that. But we're leading by a lot with AI. We want to keep it that way. We want to regulate, but we want to have it regulation where they can continue to lead, not regulation that's going to stifle a very important industry. I think maybe bigger than the internet, bigger than anything anyone's seen. And we're helping in that regard, especially with regard to allowing them to produce their own electricity, which everyone thought was crazy that it would never be approved. We're getting them fast 2- and 3-week approvals. They're building some of the greatest electric plants anywhere in the world because our grid is old and tired and weak. and they're actually giving the excess electricity into the grid, but they're building power plants that nobody's ever seen anything like it. We're not using the power from the grid. We're using brand new power. So it's a great thing, because that misconception has been out there that we're taking electricity. We're actually creating electricity. And that's something I was proud of, because that was my idea. Nobody believed it. Actually, it went along for 2-3 weeks. I said, how come these guys aren't submitting? Well, they thought that you were just kidding, because that's the way it's been in this country. Nobody would ever say a thing like that. But no, they're building power plants, the likes of which, all different, fueled all different ways, but the likes of which we've never seen. The people that are in the power business said we're seeing things that we've never seen before, because a very high level of intelligence is doing it. So it's been great. Okay, any questions?
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, does the administration have any plans to accumulate sizable amounts of Bitcoin or other crypto?
Well, it's been talked about. I think I'd probably rely on Paul and the whole group for that. He'll make a decision. You guys will make a decision, and you'll let me know. But certainly it's been talked about. It's taken a lot of pressure off the dollar. It's been very, very good for the dollar. And I think if you came in with recommendations, two of you, if you came in with some recommendations, I would certainly listen. It seems to be a pretty big subject. Yes, please.
Hi, President Trump. I have 2 quick questions.
Go ahead.
Don't get around here much. So my first question is, we're talking about AI and crypto a lot.
Right.
You won overwhelmingly with working class Americans in 2024, tens of millions of working
Right.
class Americans. Many of them, they say, we love President Trump, but we're still cautious about AI and
Yeah.
crypto. What do you say to those who are still reticent to embrace this?
So I think it's a great question, and I think it's going to create a lot of jobs. It's going to create success. It's going to create tremendous innovation medically. I mean, they're coming up with already, amazingly, they came out with something today that I looked at, it having to do, I won't go into the details, but having to do with a pretty unstoppable disease, and all of a sudden they're coming up with answers that they never thought were possible, and things that they never even would have thought about. So I think it's really creating jobs. And I can tell you one thing, if you look at our construction jobs right now, because we're building more plants, factories, things that really have something to do with the AI, but also car factories, car plants, they're moving into our country. Honda just announced, Toyota just announced, they're moving their operations from Mexico, from Canada, from other places. We, by the way, probably have a deal with Canada. You probably saw that. Very major tariffs were going on to Canada today. We delayed it for 3 days because I think we have a deal with the Prime Minister, and good deal for everybody. So that's good. But the construction jobs are enormous. We're building the biggest plants anywhere in the world. And I can say if I were the mayor of a town or the governor of a state and I had a chance to get a big plant in, an AI plant or a data center, I would absolutely want it, because the jobs are enormous and the money paid, the taxes paid are just enormous. And if you don't take it, you're going to be left behind, because there are plenty of places that want it. So I would say that maybe it can use a little public relations help. But if I were a governor or mayor, I would want that plant in my community. And many of them are designed in a very beautiful way. It's really very positive. Okay, thank you.
A little off topic. So you mentioned Joe Biden and some of the past leadership, and it's been about 69 days since we've seen Mitch McConnell. Sometimes when you look at Congress, it looks like the cast of the moon. But I read a Cindy Adams column in the New York Post recently, and she talked about how we need term limits and someone needs to hold Congress accountable. Maybe you should be the person to do it. Would you support term limits for Congress or some type of cognitive testing? Because maybe if we had that the last 4 years, we wouldn't have ended up in some of these messes.
So term limits are very popular with the public. I've seen it both ways. I've seen where people go in and they get termed out, and they're very talented, and they're at the height of their career, politicians. And you end up with total rookies in there, nothing gets done. And I've seen it the other way, where people are there too long. We see that all the time. I see both. I always like to say that a term limit is an election. The public's pretty smart. You see that last night. We had some great success last night. The Republican Party had tremendous success last night. But I like to say that term limits should be elections. But I'm okay with term limits. Remember, the people that have to pass term limits are the people that are going to be voting on them to get out of office. So it's a little bit tough. That's not the easiest vote to get, is it, huh? But I'm okay with it one way or the other. I do think elections really term people out.
Mr. President, I want to ask you about Canada, but first, the Treasury Secretary says that we could see the most impactful sanctions on Iran this week. When will they come, and what else could be sanctioned on Iran?
Well, we have things that we could sanction. We have very draconian sanctions, and we'll see what happens. Right now, the strait is open. A lot of boats are coming through. People aren't reporting that, and that may slow down a little bit at some point. But right now, a lot of boats are coming through. The naval blockade has been extremely effective. Zero, I mean, literally, while it's up, and that's been for quite a while, you know, except for a couple of little pauses where we opened it purposely with a deal. But the deal didn't terminate, you know, the deal didn't turn out to be what they said, you know, when they tell us one thing and they do another. But the blockade has been 100% successful. No boats have gotten into Iran, but they are getting in for other places. But we'll see. We're going to see what happens. It'll either be extremely good and oil prices are going to drop like a rock, or we'll continue to do exactly what we're doing. You know, they were talking about $350 a barrel, and it's today 84, 85. And we are getting a lot of oil out. But the other thing that's happened is people have found other alternatives, which they never thought about. Texas, Alaska, Louisiana, and other places. In addition, a lot of pipelines, record numbers of pipelines are being built. So I think the Hormuz Strait's not going to be quite as important as it was in the past.
Now, on Canada, if I could ask you, you said that there's a deal, an agreement in place. Are you willing to lower tariffs on steel and aluminum?
Well, we're looking at that. Yeah. Well, we're getting zero for our farmers. You know, farmers have been hurt very badly by Canada, and they won't be paying any tariffs anymore. And we may bring some of the tariffs down to a level where other countries are, because Canada was paying a higher tariff. Canada was paying us a higher tariff. So we are, look, we have a very nice relationship with leadership right now, and we'll see. But we did a 3-day pause. It was supposed to be a 50% straight across the board tariff that was going into effect at 7 o'clock this morning. And I delayed it at the request of Canada for 3 days so we can iron out the details. But it's going to be a wonderful deal, hopefully a wonderful deal for everybody. Yeah.
Mr. President, earlier today you said North Korea has something like 57 nuclear weapons. They've been expanding their nuclear program. Is your goal in trying to re-engage with Chairman Kim still denuclearization? And what makes you think you could be successful now when you weren't?
Well, I don't want to talk about that, but I do have a good relationship with Kim Jong-un, as you know, you've seen. He didn't like Biden. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like anybody, but he likes me, and I just got along with him very good. We had great meetings. We speak, and I think our nation, and I think other nations, frankly, whether it's Japan or South Korea, they're a lot safer if I'm president than if somebody else is president. Now, I didn't like the fact that we're doing these massive military exercises, really against North Korea. It was an exercise against North Korea. When I'm friendly with him, when we have, I don't see anything happening for certainly 2.5 years. It's not going to happen with me, but I don't see anything happening. And I was not happy when South Korea said, no, they're not interested in helping us with the Hormuz Strait, and yet they get 60% of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. I said, would you like to help us? He said, no, thank you. I said, that's nice, please, thank you. He made us a lot of money. I didn't like that. So I felt that to do we were doing a massive war exercise. I thought that was very insulting to somebody that, frankly, has been, during my term at least, very well behaved. Yeah.
On the bond market, is the administration done enough to stabilize the bond market after yesterday?
Well, I think it is, but I mean, it's very sad. Every time we do great, we announce great numbers, the interest rates go up. And they go up because they want to stop inflation. They should go down because the country's strong. You know, I see countries like Switzerland where they're the #1 lowest interest rates, 0.5%, and we pay 3.5%. And yet, if we stop doing business, for instance, I have the absolute right to cut off all business with a country like Switzerland, like anything. So why are they prime if I can cut off the business and they are no longer functional? And yet they're considered to be like an elite country. And I don't want to single them out because there's 60 countries like that. They live off the United States. So why are we paying higher interest rates than them? You know, in the old days, we used to pay the lowest interest rate, no matter how we were doing, because we sort of generate for the whole world. And I want to see it where interest rate, and I have to tell you, we have a wonderful chairman. I think he's doing a great job. The problem is he has a board, and it's a political board. It's people put in by Obama, Biden, and me. And there are quite a few members still left, as you understand. And so they vote to raise interest rates. I don't know if they're doing it because they think they're doing a good thing or because they like the politics of it. But my point is, years ago, 25 years ago, when the country announced good numbers, interest rates went down because we had a stronger country. Now when we announce good numbers, the better they are, the worse it is for interest rates. So we could have a GDP of 10 times. You know, they say, oh, it's going to be 3 times or 4.1. We could have a GDP of 10, 12, 15 times if they just leave us alone. Let the rates go down. We should pay the lowest interest rates. You know, every point of interest is $600 billion. Think of that. Every point of interest is $600 billion. 2 points means we make a fortune, but we keep driving it up. It's a very unfair system, and I've said it now for a long time. When our country does well, interest rates should go down. I mean, every time I hear our country's doing well, I say, oh, it's too bad, because they lift up interest rates. They should drop interest rates because it means we have a strong country, and it's all based on credit, meaning good credit, and we have the best credit, and we'd pay off the debt very easily and very quickly. But if somebody's paying a half a point, we should be paying a half a point, not somebody else. Right now, I think it's Switzerland has the lowest. Again, and I don't want to single them out, but if you take our business away from Switzerland, they have problems. So why are they paying a half a point and we're paying much more than that? Does that make sense to anybody? I mean, it seems pretty simple to me, but it's a killer. You know, I almost like to hear bad numbers. I'm saying, I hope we have bad numbers today. Interest rates will go down. It doesn't make sense. When our business is good, we should lower interest rates. And then you want to build America, you're going to see a building like you've never seen. We're doing great, even despite the fact of what's happening with interest rates.
Should Americans be concerned about this volatility in the bond market?
No, I don't think so, because like I said, our country is doing so well despite interest rates. We have interest rates that are they're actually artificially high. They raise them for no reason. And you can't go out to the market when you have a Fed that's raising interest. You can't say, oh, I want to pay 3 points less than what the Fed says you're supposed to be paying. So, no, I don't think so at all. I think we have a very powerful country, and we're powering through these ridiculous interest rates. They're ridiculous. Look, when our country is strong, interest rates should go down. When our country is weak, frankly, they should go up. But this country is strong. There's never been in history the kind of money coming into a country as we have right now. Trillions and trillions of dollars are being invested in plants, factories, everything. Everything you can think of. We're the hottest country in the world. We are by far, and I said it 100 times, the king of Saudi Arabia, but many people, they said 2 years ago, 3 years ago, your country was dead. Now you have the hottest country in the world. That's what we have. We have the hottest country in the world, and these people are helping us a lot. Thank you very much, everybody. Come on to the Oval Office. We're going to take them into the Oval Office. We're going to show them a real office, okay? Their office.
We're going to show them a real office. So, but what I told you guys, man, you come in here, bring me some facts, not opinions, not just rhetorics, not propaganda. Do some research. It's not hard to do research. It's like you guys have been living under a rock. Like you guys have never listened to the news, to the reports. We've known this forever. We've known about this tariff that has been hurting us forever. Now tell me, why is it that we lose up to $26 billion? Up to $26 billion a year. And China is making $6 trillion. Tell me. How does that make sense? DJ, shut the fuck up. How does that make sense? Oh, yeah, I got a great AC thanks to my brother, Don Mitch. You know it, baby. No more sweating up in here. It is a cool, nice 65 degrees. That's the temperature that I like. It's perfect. Huh. Yeah, no, Trump is put tariffs on everybody because even the allies were abusing the United States of America. That's not the reason why cartels, pay attention. Stay on subject. Stay on subject. Don't deflect. Stay with me. Answer to me. We're losing $26 billion annually and China's making trillions. Go ahead. Oh, James, apparently you're not from the United States. Shut the hell up. Go somewhere else. There you go. I give you facts. Facts. Right, Mondani, right? Yeah, but you're not American. You just said your country. You just said your country, so you're not American. Go somewhere else. I want Americans only to have an opinion on what we're talking about. Everybody else, get the fuck out of here. That's simple. See, a lot of foreigners just left. That's fantastic. Let's take a listen. Why don't we read some information? Let's read it together. I'm gonna read it here for you. Let me put this on my monitor. Let's talk about this so that people know what's going on, and I will be informed as myself. Here we go. The United States provides money to Israel. Here we go. You ready? The United States of America provides money to Israel primarily in the form of military assistance grants, which are authorized by Congress through multi-year agreements and supplemental emergency funding bills, rather than receiving direct cash deposits into its American manufactured weapons, equipment, and defense services. I'm sorry. Rather than receiving direct cash deposits into its general treasury. Sorry about that. Israel receives most of its funding via credit accounts to purchase American manufactured weapons, equipment, and defense services. Now people always say, oh, we keep giving $30 billion, $20 billion to Israel, $10 billion to Israel. But they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They just repeat somebody else's rhetoric. They just repeat what somebody else says. Get deeper into it. Find out. See, I don't have to. Well, you're entitled to your fucking opinion, but not to your fucking facts. The facts are the facts. Don't change that. One more dumbass coming out of you and you're gone. Foreign military financing, the FMF. This is the largest source of funding under 10-year memorandum of understanding spanning from 2019 to 2028. The U.S. provides Israel with $3.3 billion annually. I don't know where they get this $30 billion annually. You guys are smoking crack. These funds function like a gift certificate that Israel must spend directly with the U.S. defense contractors to purchase advanced military technology like F-35 fighter jets. We also have a joint missile defense funding outside of a standard FMF, and the MOU allocates $500 million annually, specifically for cooperative missile defense programs. Cooperative. This money funds the replenishment and development of systems like the Iron Dome, Davis Sling, and Arrow systems. The emergency supplemental appropriation. During periods of heightened conflict, Congress frequently passes emergency funding packages that bypass standard annual caps. Following the October 2023 attacks, the U.S. enacted specialized legislative packages providing at least $16.3 billion in direct wartime military assistance for weapons procurement and stockpile replenishings. Now I'm going to say this. The reason why Democrats continue to push this agenda of defunding Israel, so to speak. You know what that means now. You have no excuse. Now you know what it means. What are we doing for Israel? The reason why they fight so hard is because they are in bed with the Muslims. That's right. You don't have to believe me. They are in bed with the Muslims. If Israel falls, the United States falls. Do you understand what America first means? I'm a bitch sometimes. Dropping the 20 in the house. Thank you, sis. Good to see you on here. Appreciate that. Mr. Larson, how are you? Yeah, but that's the reason. I'm going to tell you. If Israel falls, the United States falls. It is that simple. The Hamas, the Hezbollah, the Ayatollah, all of the bad Muslims. I'm not going to tell you. Listen, let's be clear. For me, Islam is bad. Now, there's a lot of Arabs. Most Arabs believe in Islam. They're Muslims. But they're not saying death to America. The Iranian regime and those proxies that they have do. They hate us. They want us dead. If we stop supporting Israel, they will destroy Israel. And thus destroying us. El Greco, I have more information than you will ever imagine in your whole lifetime times 3. You see, one of the reasons why people hate me on the left, I have so many things that they can't beat me on. They can't beat me on religion. They can't beat me on immigration. They can't beat me on patriotism. They can't beat me on policies that are meant to create this country, the great country that it is. You see, I have proof. I have historical proof, facts. Everything that I do, I can make mistakes. I'm not perfect. Common sense. I don't have to have the facts historically to have common sense. Do you understand? If you truly only depend on past history and you have no common sense, you're going to repeat the same mistakes over again. If people had more common sense, a lot of our history wouldn't be what it is today. See, there's two kinds of people. There is the kinds of people that listen to the advice of those who have lived through things, through hard times, etc. And then there is those people who live it and learn it because they live it. I like to take both. I like to take all of the bad history, all of the good history, and I put it together, and I use my common sense to see how society has evolved, how our civilization has gone from very native, savage-like life to a more civilized times, where we are today. I understand why we must continue to evolve as a civilization. If you fall behind, you will be captured and made a slave. See, many tribes that didn't understand that back in the day became slaves of those who fought to be stronger and more militarized. Those who fought to just be weak and accepted lost and became slaves. Do you know why the South lost the Civil War? Uh-oh, watch out. 5 months. Oh, no, 5 free memberships. Oh, man. I hope only the right people got those memberships. Mike, how are you, brother? Good to see you on here. Yeah, that's right, Bob. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate you. See, now this is how I like people to become bitches sometimes. She said, I'm a bitch sometimes. Well, you win my respect. I appreciate you. I love you for that. Much love, much love. All right. Now, I appreciate the gift, the memberships and stuff. Oh, okay. All right, the missus is texting. I appreciate the membership gifts. I'd rather you just put that on a super chat, because if people support my channel and they want to become members, they will appreciate it, I think, more than being gifted a membership. And remember that the people that support me and become members, I get a little bit more loose with you guys when I do have my membership lives. So, got to be careful with that. But thank you so much for the love and support. I appreciate that. Now, with that being said, why do you think that the South lost the Civil War? Both sides were pretty smart. But one side was wise and the other side was a fool. The left side, they believed that it was better to keep slaves because that's how they make their money, off the back of slaves. Oh, no comment? Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Much love to you. I appreciate it. So, the South wanted to keep slaves because that's what how they make money. They make money off of other people's back. They pay them cheap. Not enough, ever. That's the left. It has always been the left. They are the fools. But the right side, the Union, see, they believe that every man was equal and that slaves should be free. Interestingly enough, they shot Abraham Lincoln. I'm not saying that, these people were all righteous. I'm just saying they were the ones that fought to free the slaves. I'm just saying. It's interesting to me that there is people who live in the South and that there is people that look at the Confederate flag, right? They look at the Confederate flag as a racist flag. They don't look at it as a flag that represented the southern states. They were Americans. They're just as important as everybody else. Not racist people who have a resentment because they watch movies. They watch drama actors showing how horrible it was that the white man treated the black slaves. You know what I don't see in these movies? You know what I don't see in these movies? I don't see them showing how the black free people treated the black slaves. You know what else I don't see in these movies? Indians owning African slaves. Now, there are some films out there, I'm sure, some documentaries that will show it. But the most popular films always makes the white people look like the evil people. Now, there's a movie that I like. The movie's called Glory. Remember that movie? Remember that movie Glory? With Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman. I love that movie. I love that movie. What I remember from that movie is just a couple of things that impacted the way that I think. Listen to this. The white man, he was in charge of the slaves, and he was tasked, if I remember correctly, you can correct me, it's okay, was tasked on making a military. He was tasked with making these black slaves into worthy soldiers. Probably all of them thought he was racist. Some of them, they were not treated bad by their master, white people. So they didn't see them that way. But it goes, fast forward, they start to realize that this white man doesn't like the injustice that the black people are going through. Gets them boots, vouches for them, doesn't even take a paycheck until everybody gets paid what every other white soldier got paid. Gets them shoes and uniforms. Now they look like a real military. And this is the most impactful part of this movie to me, which I know I have been witness that the United States of America is such a humanitarian. This country has been blessed beyond belief because of the Christian spirit on these people. I know there's hypocrites. I know all that. I know all that. But the fact is that all the glory goes to God. And there is a scene on there, which is true. You can look at the numbers in history. And there is a scene on there that Denzel Washington is being racist towards the white man. Interestingly enough, Morgan Freeman slaps the shit out of him and tells him, who has been dying for you? I see more white people dying for us than our own people dying to free us. Don't quote me. I don't know the exact lines that he uses, but that is the message. White people, many white people didn't have to die to free the slaves. All these white people could have just accepted slaves forever. But you see, that is not in the Christian nature. Now, will the Ku Klux Klan claim to be Christians? Well, they weren't. I'm sure Hitler claimed that he was a Christian. Well, he wasn't. The Bible says very clear, by their fruits you shall know them. You will recognize them by their fruits. The slave people, the ones that wanted slaves, they sacrificed human life to keep them enslaved. But those with a real Christian spirit and heart sacrificed their lives to free the black man. This is just what I understand from it. You can think and believe whatever you want. If you're supporting Democrats right now, you are retarded. And therefore, you don't think the way that I think. It is obvious. I find very interesting that people... right. I find it very interesting that people talk about genocide, right? Palestinian. Oh, there we go. There we go. Right there. Free Palestine. Stop Israel from committing genocide. And all the libtards raise the Palestinian flag of a country that doesn't exist. But they stay silent on an actual genocide that the Muslims are committing on Christians. Facts. Truth. It was the Democrats who created the Ku Klux Klan. And yet black people are stupid enough to vote for Democrats. What was it that Nixon said? I think it was Nixon, right? Nixon was talking about black people. Can't remember the quote. I'm sure you can put it on the chat. Don't get mad at me for telling you the truth. The Jim Crow era belongs to the Democrats. And yet black people vote for them. It was the Democrats who continue till this day to support abortion, who is the main cause of black people, black Americans, losing their population. But you vote for Democrats. Interesting. Massachusetts. The governor just voted an executive order to kill children, abort them up to birth. A full-grown child. How many black babies are aborted every year? Let's look it up. According to the most recent data from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, black women account for approximately 39 to 40% of all legally induced abortion. 40%. White women, 32%. Muslims, 0. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. See, Muslims, they believe in abortion. Of course they do. They support abortion. Of course they do. But only for the black American women, only for the white American women, only for Hispanic American women, only for Native American women, only for American women who are not Muslims. Research by the Institute for Social Policy and Understanding shows that 56% of American Muslims believe in abortion, and it should be legal in all or most states, while 42% believe it should be illegal in all or most. Religion doesn't matter on this one, just so you know. This is an alarming rate. But I want you to know that everything that is collected is on everybody but Muslims. Catholics, 24%. Protestant, 17%. Evangelical Protestant, 13%. Just fake-ass Christians, it says religiously unaffiliated, 38%. Other religions, 8%. Now, this is talking about Christianity, not the whole population. You can do a study by religion. You can do a study by ethnicity. But the reality of all of this is everything that is American has got to go. Muslims do not allow their women to abort Muslim children. I know it sounds like a race. It's not a race. It's a religious people. It's not a race. Some people seem to categorize Muslims as a race. It's not a race. It is a false religion. Nonetheless, it's still a religion. What they don't know is that if they're not Arabs, if they are not descendants of Ishmael, they are all infidels. Even if they call themselves Muslims, they are Muslim infidels. And they also will be killed with everybody else in the world. That is what they believe in. Yeah, of course. Anybody can become a Muslim. Yeah, of course. Anybody can become a Christian. Of course. Anybody can be a Buddhist. We are all children of God. We all are. But those who believe to follow the prince of evil in this world, well, you have chosen who you belong to. Don't get mad at me. Don't hate me for giving you the truth. See, this is why people get mad at me and they want to call in and they get all butthurt and this and that. That's a new one. I don't know about that one. Did you know there are atheist Muslims? I don't know about that, bro. Bacon is okay. You guys are exaggerating. You guys are exaggerating. Bacon is okay. There are better parts in the pork, like the heart, like the pancreas, like the pork belly, pork rind. Bacon, it's okay. It's okay. I'd rather have some good pineapple flavored sausages. That's just me. Pork sausages. Let's be clear about that. Anyways, those are the facts. You asked, I answered. And this is why they always like to come in and hate on the channel. Because everything that we looked into, that some people got some good arguments, except the mistake that they make, it's they make a claim on something. But they only make that claim because they heard something somewhere else. If you're going to talk to me, when you make a claim, look up all the details, right? That's why this morning I started off reading to you the 34 felonies for President Trump so that we can understand why he's not in jail. So we read through it. We went to all the points. What does it mean? What did it take? It wasn't a federal felony. No, it wasn't. It was a state felony. It is what it is. They are working. Listen, he was acquitted completely. He still got the charges. But what I mean by acquitted, it means that he's not doing jail. Period. What the Trump administration or the people that work for Trump, what they are looking for is to remove those titles from his record. That's it. Rick Young, he's just a troll, guys. He's just a troll. He's not here to really give any information. You make claims with no sources or sources that are BS. How do you know a source is BS? Oh, man. How do you know? Rick Young. How do you know? I want to know. Rick Young.
You's a lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass nigga.
My bad. My bad. How do you know? The source is BS. Tell me. What is your source? Oh, man. Stomach is the best, especially when you're making fried tacos. Oh, it is so good. So go ahead, Amplify. Give me a source that I can trust. Give me a source that I can trust. A criminal, still a criminal. Do you know what type of felonies those are? A felony is a felony. Did you know there's different types of felony? What kind of felony is it? 34 counts of bullshit. We know that. What type of felony is it? You guys are such hypocrites. There is felons out there, murder, rape, out on the street because of your democratic policies. You hypocrites. I wish you would judge righteously, but you're a hypocrite. Hypocrite. Class E felony, the lowest of the felonies. And it doesn't require jail time. So shut the fuck up, fat boy. You guys retarded, bro. Retarded. You got to come in with some facts, not with your bullshit trolling. No trolling. Get the hell out of here, bro. Get out of here with that shit. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. You know what's a crime? Your face is a crime. Nobody's saying shit about that. I just named out the Guttmacher Institute's comprehensive patient tracking data, CDC. What the hell else kind of sources do you think I'm going to follow? ProPublica? Get out of here with that shit. That is your reliable source? Fuck out of here. That's your opinion. See, that's a problem. When you have opinions, not facts, it's not the same. You can tell me that when you read a history book, that is the real history, but when I read my history book, that's bullshit? Who determines that? You? You fucking genius, you. Of course you do. Of course you do. Tell me, what is one policy? What is one policy from Democrats that you support? Give it to me. What is one policy from Democrats that you support? Yep, you can get out of here. Go ahead. Give me a policy that you support from Democrats. Show me who you hang out with, and I'll tell you who you are. Right. That's not a policy. You guys said that you don't have open border policy. So you support criminal, illegal aliens coming into our country. Way to go. That is exactly how you protect somebody's country. Open it for anybody to come in. Don't leave, libtards. Give me a policy. Give me a policy from Democrats that you support. Not sticks. Forget about the weed. Forget it. Forget about the weed. Oh, man. That's the only hate that is standing right now is a Democratic that's still spewing it, and now they're going into socialism and communism. By their fruits, you shall know them. You will recognize them by their fruits. A guy with the name Comrade. There's no room for you in here, Comrade. Fucking commies out of here. No communists in the Dennis Herrera show. No communists allowed in this show. Free grocery stores that taxpayers pay for. Maybe. But that tells me who you are. The professor says the only thing that made Trump a felon was corrupt politicians and corrupt judges. At least there was a judge with common sense. He knew what was best for him. Taking your guns away. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that is a Democratic policy. So you're good with punishing law-abiding citizens, but not the criminals. Got you. Hey, at least you did that. Floyd says Inflation Reduction Act, infrastructure bill. Yeah, that's the title of the bill, but they don't tell you how they're going to get that money. Not bad, guys. Not bad. Batty, that's not an answer. Don't deflect by insults. Come on, just give me an answer. Don't have to deflect. Yeah, they want to take our guns away. Yeah, we don't agree with that policy. If you agree with that policy, good luck to you. Give your guns away. We'll keep ours. Let's see what happens when criminals come into your house. You're going to go, no, go away. Leave me alone. Don't steal my stuff. Don't hurt my children. Stop it. Don't. That's what you're going to say. Don't. Ah, man, you guys, bro. I really don't know if there is any way to help these guys, bro. Man, you know what though? I am happy. I am happy that there is more patriots, that there is more people willing to fight for justice, willing to fight to defend our Constitution, truly defend our Constitution. The Constitution calls for the federal government to regulate immigration. 100%. The federal government has jurisdiction everywhere in the United States of America. Federal government helps Native Americans, whether they like it or not. This is what they signed up for. As American citizens, we got to fight for everybody. Every American citizen, including our Native Americans, which I love very much. It matters who you put in office. And I am going to tell you right now, to vote somebody in that wants to mutilate your children, that's not good. To vote somebody in who wants homelessness and drug addictions and mentally sick people destroying our cities, that is not something I want to get behind on. Your choice. God bless you. God bless your home and your family. And God bless the USA. Continue to spread the truth. And please forgive me. Sometimes I curse too much. But these people deserve it.